What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Happy Saturday. I mean, we're going to be here for a minute. Get out your Saturday day drinking hoodies and sweatpants on. Again, welcome. Woo-wee. Boy. Oh, boy. Well. Okay. Here we go. I don't know about you guys, but it's cold as a motherfucker. You guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for this shit? This is going to be insane. Okay. So, release here is 155 pages. The first states exhibits, again, these are the amended supplemental expert disclosures by a couple of the ISP forensic peeps. Nick Balance is in here. Total fucking idiot. But we get to the exhibit S8. I'm sorry, S9. So there are, I don't know, I would say the first 15 pages, 20 pages, we just bypass for today. And we are going to go to exhibit S9, which is the amended supplemental expert disclosure by Sutton. And it's known as the Sutton report. Okay. Now, let me explain the first bombshell of this. The state decided, okay, that they were not going to seek out a crime scene expert in the field of crime scene reconstruction and blood stain pattern analysis. This is the same exact thing that the Delphi murders. Okay, I was there. I was in the courtroom for the Delphi murders. Not every single day, but a decent amount. I wanted to be there I was trying to time it up to be there for certain testimony, of which one of them I wanted to be there for the scene. Because after reading the Franks that the defense attorneys put in, which was unbelievable, take out even anything to do with Odinism, but just talking about how long this would have taken dressing somebody in different, clothing when it's wet. We all know what it's like to put on our own clothing, especially jeans, when they're wet. Okay. So in the Delphi murder case, they did not go and get a blood stain pattern analysis expert. They did not go and get a expert in the field of crime scene reconstruction and with the bloodstain pattern analysis person until way later. Like, we're talking like after the arrest of Richard Allen. We're talking even after Richard Allen had his people. Now, same thing here in the Idaho4 case. Oh my God. Ready? So the purpose of this, so this is what Ann Taylor was all getting upset about, is that, hey, listen, there's a reason that the state has to disclose their experts first and their reports first, because you are saying what your theory is of this case, and you're saying it in every facet of the case. Your experts, when it's your burden, it's the state's burden, it's the Commonwealth's burden, regardless of what, if you're in a Commonwealth state or here in Idaho. The state, it's not a Commonwealth state. So here you go. It's the state's burden. That means your experts, your disclosures of those experts and their reports go to the defense first. And if it ever happens in a different way other than that, no. So Ann Taylor was like, these are such ridiculous disclosures that there's nothing here. So we know that she was upset about that. She made it known. And then Hitler was saying things like, well, if it wasn't disclosed, they're not testifying to it. Okay. This trial was going to take a very long time because there was going to be so many objections. There's going to be so much voir dire going on. This trial should have happened. We all know that. But it was going to be a very, very long time. Okay. So with this crime scene, the Sutton woman, Paulette, she was not, I'm going to make this bigger for you guys. She was not retained and hired by the state. I'll zoom in until, so the state is attaching a revised report of the Sutton. And so it's a revise of the February 13th, 2025 State's Exhibit S9A. This revised report includes a basis for the revised report. Okay. But the revised report is because in part, it has rebuttal testimony in which it's responding to Matt and Dr. Brent Turvey. So those are the two specialist experts that Brian Kober was going with. Now, Matt Nodal, he went to the crime scene and he was there with Ann Taylor right off the rip. This is one of the first experts that Ann Taylor hired was Matt. Okay. So he was there on scene at the end of December, beginning of January. Now, this is her revised report. Okay. See, revised report. Now, the basis for her revised report. So we don't have her original report, but based off of the revised report, I can make some really good assertions of what that original report was. And I'll show you how we can do that. Okay. So the first thing that we needed to know is what was provided to an expert. So they're provided only the information that the state wants to give them. And same thing with the defense. Like whatever you give your expert is all they're able to review. And then they're going to make up and write a report. So you have to first look at what information was this woman provided with. And the first thing that I wanted to know is I want to know if she was provided the report from Gilbertson that said, hey, on November 21st, we did this walkthrough and we think that this happened in 2 to 3 minutes flat. I just want to know if our girl Sutton got that MPD report. Okay? No, there ain't no motherfucking way. No. So here, the report in the above mentioned case, which was originally issued on August 29, 2024, that's her first report, is being revised due to the following. An updated list of items received to reflect the defense report received on January 30th to original list the items received. So the defense's report is January 30th. So she's like, I have that. Then evidence list received via email from Officer Timothy Smallridge, Moscow Police Department, February 10th, 2025. Like, what? Addition of rebuttal to the reports prepared by the defense expert, Matt. So that's appendix A and B. So that's Brent. And so that's kind of where I'm going to start to work backwards, because that way you can kind of understand what her opinions and conclusions were. But the reason for this report, number 3, was to address the discrepancy in DNA test results related to the following stains identified in my original report, which was issued in August of 2024. Mr. Nodal reported that the numbers reflected on the place cards depicted in the scene photographs were not the same as the sample numbers used when the evidence was submitted to the laboratory for testing. You guys, this is just a level of just, I told you guys, wait till you see how they process this. because I know what they did in the Brian Drake case, Dan Moore case. Okay, Idaho State Police, and then it's Idaho, the lab people. Okay, wait till we see this. And here it is. It is so bad. It is so bad. They are so bad. They are just so bad. That's just period. All right. Now, Officer Payne decided to renumber stuff, which we're going to get into why he would do such a thing. But Matt caught this and is like, wait a second. We need to increase the place card numbers by 6 to correlate to the intake number for the pre-logging number, which was used when samples were submitted to the laboratory for testing. To confirm this observation, I requested, so she's saying the Sutton woman was like, I requested the original evidence log from the Moscow Police Department on February 10th, 2024, and compared the information to the laboratory worksheets. Mr. Nodal's observations does appear to be correct. So the laboratory results for several stains were amended. So she was saying, hey guys, I have to make this change because Matt's not wrong in what he's saying, but off of the information that I was told, these were my opinions because I had these things being listed in this way, like place marker 42 and it's not 42 or 20, just, and it's a different number. So here, to confirm this, like I just said, so she amended these A through G, which was stain F on the beer pong table in the living room. So she corrected those. The stain at place card 48, stain at place card 42, and we're going to go into where all these are located. A stain at place card 41 on handrail of stairs from 3rd floor to 2nd floor. Stain at place card 35, stain at place card 36, and 37. Okay. Now, the first thing she says is, number 4, delete original conclusion 6 from my original report dated August 29, 2024, due to erroneous DNA results for stain F on the edge of the beer pong table. And this is really, really important. Why? Because it was being reported by Sutton that Xana Kernodle's DNA was on that table. It's just not. That's a big mess up. Okay. That's a big mess up. Why? Well, we're going to start talking about why it's a big mess up. All right. So the original conclusion read a single spatter stain attributed to the blood of Xana located on the edge of the west side of the table on the 2nd level indicates that she sustained an injury in this area. There is no physical evidence to indicate that a significant amount of bleeding occurred in this area, and so she retracted that. So remember this whole talk about, you guys, Xana walked in, or was basically, she heard whatever, she goes upstairs and basically interrupts what's going on, and then she comes flying down the stairs, and the killer comes flying down the stairs, and or they're like meeting in like whether it was on the stairwell or in the living room kind of, and like chasing her down back to her room type of thing. Yeah, no. Okay. But so listen to this. So if stuff is getting leaked out, which it was, guess what would have been leaked out? The original report of Sutton. And the original report of Sutton is about the Xana blood, about her DNA. So when you want to talk about where the leak is originating from, this is even more proof of the leak originating from the prosecution, because it's the prosecution's witness and her report that came before anybody's report as far as the defense goes, because their experts aren't putting in anything to do. We have our experts here, okay? We wait until we see what your report says. That's how it works. And then we put ours in a week later. It's for a reason. Okay. Because I need to see what your expert's going to say. And if your expert is, oh, wow, like, then look at all this stuff I give them here. This is this person's report. This is stuff that they use. They look at then your report, you know. It's just common sense. Like, hey, let me see what they think about this. Because you could have a bunch of experts agreeing, like, yeah, I agree with everything that she's saying here. You know what I mean? Or no, actually, I agree with everything that she's saying, but there's also other reasons that this could have happened, and she's not mentioning those. Stuff like that. Okay. So we then get to observations regarding the screening tests conducted on the debris from the third floor bedroom floor is amended to reflect the weekly positive. That's the test that was examined at the laboratory. So opinion 10, then we're going to get to this, is added to the report regarding speculation about secondary footwear transfer stains. And this is a big one for me. Okay. Because you don't get it both ways. All right. Everybody agrees. Both sides agree. So in this court, if this would have ever went to trial, you would have been hearing both sides agreeing and saying that there is no secondary transfer footwear prints out of that house. And they say that there's 3 basically entry or exit points, and that's going to be the slider, the front door, and then Kaylee's balcony. Okay. That's what they're basically concluding, is that you have these 3 entry and exit points, and that there's no secondary transfer footwear. Okay. Now, number 1 is that I don't care which way you want to believe. If you want to believe that stuff was cleaned up, or if you want to believe that this person had booties on and then took his booties off upstairs or recovered with a different pair of booties, and then came down and then booty land, and then in Xana's room, same thing, started putting clothes on and boot another pair of booties, or because the other thing that's very limited in this house is secondary transfer. Like anytime like you're gonna like smudge like the, you know, a wall or the railing, or all of that is very limited. Okay. Well, you can't have it both ways. All right. And what I mean by that is this had to take time. This was not a 2-minute ordeal or 3-minute ordeal, period. It doesn't matter. So Ann Taylor was going to have a field day with the expert on their end, because she's going to agree and be saying things like, yes, the amount of limited, you know, and we're going to get into it, it would take more time. Anytime that you're trying to conceal things, it's going to take more time. Okay, so her opinion 10 is added to the report regarding speculation about, it's called secondary footwear transfer stains. Now, these are the items that she examined, and this is really, really important. In order to, I can only have opinions on what you give me. Okay. So the defense is going to pay really close attention, as anybody would, into seeing what was she provided with to even come to her conclusions, right? What material? So let's take a look. So on September 27, 2023, I was contacted by prosecuting attorney William Thompson and senior deputy prosecuting attorney Ashley Jennings regarding the above referenced case. On November 6th, I received basically external hard drive from the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. It came in the mail or via, FedEx. The storage device was password protected, and the password associated with this hard drive was sent via a separate email from Miss Jennings on October 31st, 2023. Now, contained on the storage device, crime scene photographs Now, see how it says ISP scene photos on January 6th, 2023, 10 images. And that's what the label was. ISP scene photos 127, 2023. ISP scene photos 11/13, 2022, initial crime scene, 497 images. And I said, wait a second, what? What? Okay, so she was only given 497 photographs that has anything to do with 11/13, 2022. And so look at this. These are the numbers, 4519 to 5410. You guys, is everybody seeing that? And so these 497 images, these were handpicked, what we're giving her. See that? So my FOIA request is I want the 497 images, ISP 4519 to ISP 5410, which, trust me, I think that we already have a lot of them, but I want these, and you can redact them however you want. Okay. I just need to be able to see a little bit of them to be able to then determine with the new batch of almost 3,000 that we have that we just got from Idaho State Police. We want to go ahead and mark to see what she was looking at. All right. Because everything's blacked out in this report, but I'm like, want everybody to understand that they selected these 497 images. Okay. It's not like, here's all the discovery. Go ahead. 497. Okay. Then the next day. So if we're going in order here, which is important. So she would then be looking at, okay, these are from the initial crime scene. Boom, boom. Or just this part. Then the next day is 11/14, right? You see how nothing else. All right. What do we got? 29 images. That's it. Okay. Then they go back. ISP goes back. Scene photos 11/17 and 11/18. Now, do you notice nowhere in here do you see anything about Moscow Police Department? Do you see anything about, hey, these are the ones that the first responding officers? So nothing, right? Then nothing from the 15th or the 16th. Now on the 17th or on the 11/17, 11/18, we have, see how this is different, the way that they're showing that this is like the ISP, and then it has like these numbers like this. Now this is 999 images from 11/17 and 11/18, and it's like mixed like this. And so we don't know specifically which one is which as far as the dates, but I'm assuming if you go in order like you would, like obviously when you get more towards like 5890, come on now, that's got to be on the 18th. But anyways, it's 999 images, 1,481 images, and 37 images. And if we were to add those up, do you guys want to know what number that really, really gets close to? That really, really, really gets close to the 2,700 photographs that we got just recently. 1,000 plus basically 1,500 is 2,500, right? Just letting you know. Okay. So, and then 11/19, 11/20, and 11/22, 133. So add that to this number. Getting close to that 2,790. Okay. Then 11/23, 21, 36, 11. Go ahead and add those up. I bet you that's going to get you pretty close to 2,790. All right. So, and this is going to matter when you see what this report shows. After that, she says that she got the first officer on scene, Noonan's body cam. Well, guess what? His is probably the worst one to have because yes, he goes in, he's the first person, right? But he gets so quickly out of that house and then he's outside doing everything that has to do with the interviews. Okay. The other people's body worn cameras show the trampling of that crime scene. How these officers are just keep on running through this whole scene. So first officer on scene, his body cam. Now, autopsy reports, okay? Xana had, look at how many more photographs she had than everybody else. Like double, if not triple. Laboratory reports, 36 of them. All right, so this bothered me when I saw this. That they only... Noonan's wasn't, he just went in and then it was done. Then she received the non-dissemination order. Okay. Now, so she receives all of the stuff. Okay. And we just went over those dates when she was, hey, I'm going to hit you up. And she just told us. So we should have the dates. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Yeah. September 27th is the initial reach out. She receives her November 6th, all the items I just told you guys on November 6th. Then on December 21st, so she schedules, I'm going to come out there about a month and a half right before the holidays. Okay. So the first time that she's going to go to the house on December 21st, 2023. I traveled to Idaho and examined the residence at 1122 King Road. Ready? At the time of my examination, all physical contents and all areas of blood staining had been removed. Are you effing kidding me? This is the state that could have brought in somebody that was an expert immediately. Okay. Nope. Okay. So just want everybody to understand that when she goes into that home over a year later, she's like, at the time of my examination of that home, all physical contents and all areas of blood staining had been removed. During this site inspection, she says on December 21st, 2023, the following additional files were provided. So 1122 King Road video, exhibit 46, which is, that should hopefully, she said, I'm going to need the video of when you guys walked through the home. Idaho State Police, what they do is they're going to take their little camera and they're going to walk through with the video. And they're supposed to be doing the video when they first get on scene and then when they leave. And then the next time that they're opening up the door again, they're supposed to be doing that again. So she gets the video. Okay. They don't send that to her. Like, okay. I didn't realize the house was like this, or maybe she's like, I need to see this house. I don't know. Number 2, Brian Culver's apartment search photographs. So think about what we got. The folder. So 250 images of folder D90, 411 images, and then folder of the storage unit, 20 images. Then she got the Hyundai Elantra search photographs, 634. You guys, we got 3, maybe 4, I don't know, but 634 images. Now, the Culver family home search photographs, 327. pre-search crime scene video. That's what I've been talking about. So I have no idea what this video then is. 1122 King Road video, Exhibit 46. But we about to find out. So the pre-search crime scene video. That's what Idaho State Police does. Number 6 is the WSU office photographs. And then the probable cause. So she wasn't even given the probable cause off the rip. You know, this is our version of the freaking case. Okay. She gets that on December 21st. Okay. Now, do you know how long it takes to go through this stuff? So then you're providing reports that are like anywhere from, 50, 60 pages to 200, 300, 400 pages. Because you have to be thorough, And, okay, then. So, 6 months goes by. On June 3rd, 2024, I received the following lab report via email. Remember back here, she received all of these reports from everybody that's in Idaho State Lab. Okay. So she received that back in November, all the lab reports. But here, I need to give you Martinez's report 11. And then 6 months after that, or I'm sorry, about a little bit more. On January 30th, 2025, the following reports were received via email. And so this is when she got Matt Nodals, Brent Turvey, these are the experts, Ruth. So this is when, hey, I'm going to give you now what the defense is saying. Okay. On February 10th, 2025, the following was received via email. Evidence list, Officer Timothy Smallridge, Moscow Police Department. Because she then asked for it. So if you go back, I want to show you guys. Sutton then says, hold on. So her original report on August 29th, 2024, it was after the June when she was provided right here. Just putting that in there for the timeline so you guys can see. So her original report goes in August 30th, 2024. And then on January 30th, that's when the defense, hey, you can have, here you go, January 22nd, January 23rd, January 2nd, January 21st. And then after Sutton reads this shit, she then says, on February 10th, hey, I need you guys to send me the evidence list from Officer Timothy Smallridge of the Moscow Police Department because I need to see what the hell they're talking about. That Matt Nodal is saying Brett Payne fucked up the list. So I need to take a look at this. If these were numbered wrong, like, yeah, this is going to change a lot of shit. Okay. So then she gets that list. Now, case summary. On November 13th, we know, like, I'm not going to read that. We know that everybody went and had their autopsies, okay? We're not going to, we're going to go to right here, which is, because we're going to come back to just a couple things. Caveat here is that in the content of this report, stains or stain patterns that are visually consistent with blood will be referred to as blood or blood stains. All referred all reference definitions are taken from, and she's explaining that these are the terms I'm using. This is where I get my terminology from. She's citing it like she's supposed to do. And then she begins with, these were her observations, okay? The Sutton observations. We've all seen this photograph before, okay? So all she's saying is that here you go, guys. Observation, exterior of the residence. So she does every part of the home. This is her observation. And this is, again, this is the state's expert. As we know, she talks about that there was 2 bedrooms located. We all know the layout of the house, okay? Now, according to Sutton, there are 2 ways to access the second level of the residence, either by entering the door in the north side of the building, which is the front door, and then traveling up the staircase from the first floor up to the second floor, or by entering directly via a sliding glass door located at the back south side of the residence. Okay, so she's saying that these are the only 2 ways that you can access the second floor. And she does not say anything about accessing the second floor from the third floor, meaning the balcony up here. Okay. I think that's interesting. Next. This sliding glass door on the south side of the building, because she takes the picture and she uses this, so we know exactly where she's getting from this picture that she's citing here. It enters right into the kitchen. Obviously, we know that. This level also included a living area with a sofa and a beer pong table, a bathroom, the bedroom of Xana on the west end of the building, and the bedroom of an additional resident on the east end of the building. Third level bedroom. The uppermost level of the residence is accessible via an internal stairway from the second level and contains 2 bedrooms. 1 bedroom, so we know all that, right? Now, the bodies of Kaylee and Maddie were reportedly discovered in the bedroom assigned to Maddie. And so she uses this photo to show here is. Now, you can actually go back to this part and use her see these? So you can actually tell and see where she's taking this from. So for example, (4856). Well, where's 4856 fall? 4856. There you go. So she's using one of the, on 1113. Good. Woohoo! You know what I mean? Just to show you how you can cross-reference that. Okay, now. Madison and Kaylee. Well, Miss Mogan was located on the south side of the bed, which is everything that we've always been told. This is the closest to the closet opening. And Miss Mogan was located on the north side of the bed, which is the closest to the wall. Okay. And both are covered with a beige comforter. Now, that's an important way that she's saying it, is she's even saying both are covered. And that's going to come and be important here in a little bit. Now, a white fleece item, which appears to be a blanket, is laying at the foot of the bed. So, and that's the picture that she used. Now, she says that Madison and Kaylee are both lying on their backs. Okay. Ms. Gonsalves is partially laying on top of the right arm, right shoulder, and upper torso of Miss Mogan as depicted in this photograph, 4968. Okay. Now, the reason this is going to be very, very important is because according to the defense, Maddie and Kaylee were staged like that. because of the transfer of the pillow that Kaylee was laying on. Okay. What you're going to see from the defense here is that Kaylee was basically laying in a position, and then she was then moved and kind of like rolled a little bit so that she would then be partially like this picture is depicting, where Kaylee is lying on top of the right arm, right shoulder, and upper torso of Mogan. And what the defense is saying is that happened after the attacks. Now, okay. So again, she lets us know what picture she's using, and she says no blood is noted on the bottoms or tops of their feet. And this is what she's saying about Kaylee and Maddie. So there is no blood is noted on the bottoms or tops of their feet, indicating they were not upright or moving about the area after their blood bleeding injuries were inflicted. So she's saying that based on the evidence at the scene, okay, this is just the one note that she makes. And that's why she's saying that they basically never got out of that bed once they were attacked. Okay, that nobody left that bed. What is up? What is up, Firecracker? Back at you, man. I'm going to have to do like 5 waters today. We were told Kaylee was on the inside. Yeah, Kaylee was on the inside. Karen. $1,999.99. Yeah, don't get it twisted. It's American dollars. Donna, let's fucking go. Hi everyone. Donna, you're slam. I love that. Christina Mendez, member for 6 months. How do you feel? Baby time, 3 months away. Speaking of a baby time, one of my good friends is having a baby here soon. I know she's probably listening because she can't do anything right now. That's for baby. That's for little baby. Little boy. Is that Asheville 89? Welcome. Allie Tally giving away 5 Truth and Transparency memberships. If you guys turn green, Allie Tally, as well as Crime Taurus with the memberships. And this firecracker just coming in here spraying the chat. Hope you're doing well, Karen. All right, back over here. We're going to get into all that, okay? Okay. All right, so when we go back over here, that's just A of it. Now, B. The blood visible on the bottom sheet is limited to the upper portion of the bed sheet at approximately the chest level. And this is important, okay? So that means, like, think about everything, the sheets, sheet-wise. There's no blood from the chest down on those sheets in that bed, okay? Okay. Next. According to their respective autopsy reports. So she is noting the autopsy reports. Oopsies. No blood-letting injuries were reported below the waist or on the backs of either Kaylee or Maddie. And now I thought that was actually very interesting that there was no injuries that were inflicted, you know, if somebody is, let's say, you know, moving around, like when you have somebody that's moving around, like injuries can then happen because of somebody moving. So I always ask Scott Roeder about, you know, how can, when he does his 3D videos, because it tells a story about what's there and what isn't there. And we're going to talk about what a void is, because it's going to be a big part of all of these people's reports, is this big void. is there a void? Is there not a void of blood in certain spots? Because if you're covered in blood because of when you're committing a crime, that means that blood, since it's hitting you and landing on you, it didn't go somewhere else to create, spatter or cast off or whatever is happening or you're doing at that time that could leave a stain somewhere else. And so those are called voids, and they're usually detected, and you're able to point out, hey, this person had to be standing over here when they did this because there's no blood that's right in this area and based off of like these cast offs, shit like that. So it's a void of, usually they say it's like a void of blood. So helping people understand that. So this was interesting to me that, and everybody should know that there was nothing to do with anything. No injuries were reported below the waist, or on the backs of either. Okay. And she's using the autopsy. Now, the images. So right here, the image 694-1245, taken at autopsy. So see that she's citing that. It shows a clear view of the sleep pants of Kaylee, which is important for this expert. The lack of blood on the front of her sleeping pants further supports the conclusion that Miss Gonzalez never stood upright after the bloodletting injuries to her upper body were inflicted. You didn't have a chance to bleed on them. There is no, and so this is that's why when you see me highlight stuff, it's usually like, oh, pay attention to that. So this was interesting to me to note, because it's like, okay, the lack of blood on the front of her sleeping pants further supports the conclusion that she never stood upright after the bloodletting injuries on her upper body were inflicted. Next. Sure. Okay. Now, 8. Miss Mogan's left leg is extended from under the bed covers, and her left foot is on the floor as depicted. So think about this. You know, when they tell you like, hey, have you guys someone ever tell you like, if you've been drinking and you have the spins at night, anybody ever tell you that you're supposed to take one of your outer leg when you're sleeping and you want to put it down to touch the ground? Have you guys ever been told that? And it will help with you not getting sick. Well, immediately when I thought about her leg being there, I have no idea why it's there, but I'm just saying, I was like, oh my gosh, that just reminded me of college days when I was hearing people like, yeah, dude, put your one leg down and touch it won't give you the spins. And I was thinking about, I wonder if Maddie was doing that because, she had been drinking. Yeah, it stops the spins and it works. But if you have your bed, like, it doesn't work if your bed is raised. A ton of my friends had their beds raised as freshmen in the dorms so they can put stuff underneath their beds for storage. Yeah, it doesn't work when that's happening. But it made me think that I wonder if, she was doing that. But anyways, one of her left leg is off the bed because the foot, now specifically, her left foot is on the floor. Like it's touching the ground. A piece of good old debris, aka debris, is noted on the floor between the left foot of Maddie and the pillow and is indicated by the yellow oval. A swabbing of the debris as well as the debris itself was tested for the presumptive presence of blood. The swabbing of this yielded a positive presumptive test for blood at the scene. But then when they took the, I think they took that back at the lab, but when they did the O test that conducted in the laboratory, it was weakly positive. I want to see a picture of that. Okay. It should be noted that there were no drip trails of blood noted on the bedroom floor. Drip trails are indicative of movement by a bleeding individual. And this is where I say, and an object. Okay? You guys, drip trails are not just of a bleeding person. That is 101 that you will be taught if you're studying this in school. Okay? But here, she has a reason that she leaves it like this. And I'm just like, we're going to get to it, but so it should be noted that there were no drip trails of blood noted on the bedroom floor. Drip trails are indicative of movement by a bleeding individual, she puts. And I'm like, that's just, girl. Mm-mm. And an object, something that has blood all over it, drenched. Think about this. You take your Coke and somebody shakes it up and you don't even know it, right? And I go to open up my Coke. What happens? It goes everywhere, right? And it starts freaking coming out, going everywhere, right? Yeah. That's not a person, that's an object, right? So think about if you had a bloody knife that you just used. And there's going to be blood all over it. Also your hands, okay, that would have blood, even if it was on gloves. What's that object going to just do? Where are you putting that? So that it's not any drips, nothing. Okay. So, in image 4968, the comforter has been turned inward. The left leg of Madison is extended from the bed. Drip stains, spatter stains, transfer stains, and saturated stains are visible on the comforter and on the exposed bed sheets. Apparent strands of hair are also visible on the comforter. Drip trail, a bloodstain pattern resulting from the movement of a source of drip stains between 2 points. Exactly. So I'm just like, why is she saying of a source of drip stains? Like, drip trail now. She wants to say drip stain, a blood stain resulting from a falling drop that formed due to gravity. So when I've been talking, I would say like those are gravity droplets. You know, she's saying that those are drip stains. Okay. So when I was talking about before, like the gravity, obviously, like gravity takes us where, you know, like if you get out of the shower, okay, the water that's on you when you get out of the shower, it drips down. It doesn't drip up. Okay. So, the spatter stain, a blood stain resulting from an airborne blood drop created when external force is applied to liquid blood. So your spatter is like, I have something on this object and I'm going like this with my hand and I'm forcing it. And then whatever's on the object and there's liquid on it, it's going to, all right. Transfer stain. Make this clear. A blood stain resulting from contact between a blood-bearing surface and another surface. So that would mean if I have bloody gloves and I go to open up the door and turn the knob, okay? So I go to open up the door. I would be transferring from my bloody gloves onto that object. That's a transfer stain. Saturation stain. So saturated stains, a blood stain resulting from the accumulation of liquid blood in an absorbent material. So, I think that you guys, I mean, Think about also when someone pees themselves. Okay, same thing. Pool. A blood stain resulting from an accumulation of liquid blood on a surface. So when the blood is pooling, okay, it's usually resulting from something continuing to bleed and staying in the same area. It's not moving and it's pooling. That means it's coming out and it's like creating like, because it's not being, there's no motion. Okay. All right. So when she's saying then that a large pool of blood has accumulated at approximately the thigh region of Kaylee, even though referring to the autopsy report, no injuries are reported in this area to account for this pool of blood. Why do I highlight it? Because this is huge. This is huge to me. Okay. A large pool of blood has accumulated at approximately the thigh region of Kaylee. Even though when you guys go and look and you refer to the autopsy that's going to show you that she had no injuries are reported in this area to account for this pool of blood. And she says, for this large pool of blood to accumulate, a source of blood had to be above this area while bleeding occurred. So what would be right above wherever Kaylee's thigh was, okay, something right above that had to be bleeding and for that to occur. That's how she wants to explain it, okay? That's how this expert wants to explain that. Now, the disturbance of the bloodstains on the face and upper body of Kaylee, the bloodstain on the south wall beside the bed, and the pool of the blood at Miss Gonsalves' thigh region on the comforter indicate that her posture and position did change during this event. And now the defense is saying, no. This occurred after the attack. Basically, when Kaylee couldn't have done it herself. Okay. But that's the defenses. So this is what the state's saying. The state's saying that the bloodstain on the south, the distribution of the bloodstains on the face and upper body of Kaylee and the bloodstains on the south wall beside the bed and the pool of the blood. So she's taking all of this into account. And she's saying that this indicates that her posture and position did change during the event. Okay. And that's going to be crucial because the defense is saying, no. So, next. Now, spatter associated with the impact is noted on all four walls of the bedroom. So it's above the head of the bed, to the south wall that's besides Kaylee, to the north wall, and to the door at the foot of the bed. She has that mixed up. So, but anyways, here, I'll show you. Okay. That's what she's saying, the four. Multiple spatters associated with impact and 2 cast-off patterns are noted on the north wall, which is to the right of Kaylee. So this is the south, the north, east, west. And so the reason that this is important is that she's saying that there's no void here because let's say that the person, depending on wherever this person was standing, and whatever was going on, the defense is arguing. Okay, the defense's argument is that everything that occurred upstairs, okay, based on the state's theory that upstairs happened first and this all happened by one person, that everything that occurred in that room, based on the evidence there, is that according to the state, there was little transferring going on within that house outside of those 2 bedrooms. And it's basically because the person that did this, there wasn't that much blood on them. And they're saying that it's because there's no voids of not, there should be voids like in that wall right there, by them trying to say that, hey, we have Kaylee's cast off here and it's going all around. It's hitting on all 4 of these walls, that cast off isn't going on that person. Whereas the defense is saying whoever did this would be covered in blood. Okay. So those are the 2 opposing theories, is that the defense is saying this person would be covered in blood. And the prosecution, with their expert, is saying no, and I'll show you why. Okay. And the defense is saying yes, and I'll show you why. So multiple spatters associated with impact. The keyword is with impact, because that's where it could potentially get on him. And 2 cast-off patterns are noted on the north wall, as depicted in the overview with that picture. It shows the area indicated by the yellow box in more detail. The directionality of these spatters closer to the doorway is from right to left and downward. Right to left and downward. And we're going to ask Scott if you're able to tell by this, if the person, where they're actually physically located and what hand is being used. The area of convergence of this spatter pattern indicates they originated from a spatter producing event or events that occurred above the level of the bed. And I'm like, what? I mean, this is like, when you break this on down and you give this to another expert, they're going to tell you, well, what she's saying there is this person was located like this, and this is what they were doing. Okay. And when I saw that occurred above the level of the bed, and it's like, well, it's almost like, duh, like, what do you mean? Why would it be below it? You know, like, it's just, yeah, it's almost like, duh. 2 patterns of cast off. Blood is indicated in this picture now by the green dotted lines. Cast off is created by the movement of the bloodied object. Casting off from it. It's flying off. Whatever the bloodied object is, it's flying off and it's landing. And those will have like a pattern to them. And so she's using, like I said, she's using these photos. So here she uses this one, and she's trying to show that this depicts spattern stains associated with impact on the door casing and on the exterior surface of the bedroom door belonging to Maddie. Now, the shape and location of these spatter stains are consistent with there being a continuation of spatter stains observed on the north bedroom wall beside the bed, which is, otherwise, if you don't see continuation, you would see the word void. So you're either going to have continuation here or you're going to have a void. And here she's saying that it's all continuation, so there's no void. This is consistent with these spatter stains having originated due to an impact delivered to a source of exposed blood on the bed. That's like blood on blood. Like whatever you're striking has blood, and whatever you have on that you're using has blood. Okay. Now, this image, she says, depicts a portion of the north bedroom wall by Kaylee's right arm. Okay, the way that that would work, you know, they're on their back, so Kaylee's right arm. So that's the north wall. And so this is the following. The following bloodstains are noted on this wall. So that's this wall. This is the door. This wall. Again, the spattern associated with an impact or impacts is traveling downward and to the right. So if it's going downward and to the right, as indicated by the yellow arrows, the area of convergence of these patterns indicates they originated from an impact that occurred above the level of the bed. And that's basically saying that someone's like on top of you. Almost like I want to know if it's in like a straddling position. That's my question. That's what it sounds like to me. But now, several areas of transfer staining are noted. Now, I want to know, yeah, let me hear that because, and remember what transfer staining is it's like something that you have. It could be a person. It could be like if you have a shirt on, you're smudging something. It's coming from something that has blood on it to an area that does not have any blood, and it's like a smear. You know, it's transfer. Cessation pattern, for you guys that don't know, I will give you this definition, which is a blood stain pattern resulting from blood drops released from an object due to its abrupt deceleration. So let me explain that. So if you are like abrupt decelerating, like you just all of a sudden stop, okay? So think of something abruptly stopping. So you're decelerating, right? And you just abruptly stop. Or it can be even in potentially, I would even think of defensive wounds too, but think of something abruptly stopping. Now the flow patterns are indicated by the blue arrow inserted. So the appearance of the stain making up these flow patterns are consistent with diluted blood. Now this is where I don't agree with Sutton with what she thinks diluted blood means, because she doesn't give all the reasons. But diluted blood is created when blood is mixed with another liquid. Okay. Now, and her big thing is that diluted blood for her, she really likes to look at somebody's mouth or nose because that would have like saliva. But like, what about sweat? You know, water, and diluting something. So it's another liquid that's forming and mixing with the blood. So here she notes that these flow patterns, which a flow is a blood stain resulting from the movement of a volume of blood on a surface due to gravity or movement of the target. So she believes that the mouth and the nose, the injuries from the mouth and the nose of those two, as noted in the autopsy report, she says, are potential sources of diluted blood. And my question is, well, what else is a potential source of diluted blood? You know what I mean? Tears, absolutely. And that was big in the Delphi case. And I'm just actually kind of shocked that she didn't mention that. Tears is a big part of it. That was big in the Delphi case. You know what usually helps? when you do a really good job with your processing of the scene. Okay, so now this image here depicts the area adjacent to and above the head of Kaylee. Now, 3 discrete areas of transfer stains are noted on the pillow nearest the head of Kaylee. These transfer stains have thin protrusions extending from the edges of the transfer stains. The geometric configuration is indicative of transfer stains created by head hair. Okay, so that's normal. No wiping, smearing, or other connection is noted between the 3 transfer stains. Now, I would have one question for this expert. If there's no wiping, smearing, or other connection is noted between the 3 transfer stains, these transfer stains were created by discrete movements of contact. No dragging or sliding movement is noted. Okay. And I would say, when you say discrete, can you give an example of what you mean by that? What's discrete? And then the question I think would be perfectly appropriate to then ask is this indicative of like somebody, I think even Olivia had said it, that like after death, so she's really hitting home on this to talk about this, because it's like if Kaylee originated somewhere else and was just like, here, we're gonna put Kaylee in this room, okay, we're gonna put Kaylee in the bedroom, but Kaylee really wasn't here, and then we then bring Kaylee into the room. Okay, she's coming out and basically, in my opinion, is saying with this that there was no wiping, smearing, or other connection is noted between the 3 transfer stains. These transfers were created by discrete movements of contact. No dragging or sliding movement is noted. Then. So they talk a little bit about with Maddie there, near the lap region of Miss Mogan, 2 linear saturation stains are indicated by the green arrows. This image provides a closer view of the area on the east wall between Maddie's left shoulder and the bedside table. The smaller stains on the wall in this image are consistent with spatter stains associated with impact. These spatter stains are traveling from left to right, as indicated by the yellow arrows. The directionality and the distribution of the spatter stains indicate that they originate near the location of Miss Mogan, as depicted in ISP's 5132 photo, and that they originate only a short distance above the surface of the bed, so really close to her. The larger stain, which culminated with the flow stains as indicated by the blue arrow, are indicative of cast-off stains created by a bloody object in motion. Now, remember, according to the defense, 2 people were in this room committing the crime. Okay, 2 people were in this room committing the crime, according to the defense. Now, this photo depicts that the underside of the shelf above the headboard of the bed. And I'm like, wait, what? Where is there an underside of the shelf above the headboard of the bed? Is this on like the bottom of the bed? Anyway, spatters associated with impact are noted on the underside of this shelf. These spatters represent the termination of the spatters associated with impact seen on the wall above the head of the bed. The directionality and the distribution of these spatter stains is consistent with their originating from the head region of the mattress. The flow patterns on Maddie's Mogan's face are depicted in this image, and there is little deviation in the directionality of these flow patterns, indicating there was little change in the posture of Maddie after these flows were created. So there was very little movement. Okay. Somebody that would be like picked up place, moved around. Okay. Like that's not indicative of what this is showing. Now the question could be potentially is, well, what if the blood's dried? Right? If you move somebody way after the fact, right? Then it's dried and there's no movement, period. This reminds me of the Sheldon Jeter Jr. case with this, like talking about all of this, because what I found was if you were to ever bleed from your nose, you guys, just so we're clear, if you bleed from your nose, the blood runs like down your face like this. The blood does not go like this, back up and around to come like over the top of your head this way, out of both nostrils. In order for that to happen, your head would have to be tilted back like so, like laying over like. And I said, what about if your head was laying over like a van seat in the back of like a van? You know, the old time vans where they had like the straight across, you know, and so if you're back like that, how would the blood then flow? And they said, yeah, exactly like that. I said, oh, is that right? I said, well, that's funny that the 911 caller drove a van and that van just kind of got to be removed from the crime scene before the crime scene photos were taken. Tarek P was shot in the head in a car and his head went back and the blood then flowed like this, but he was found on the ground in the middle of the street on an angle like this. And so if he was just shot right there, the blood out of his nose should have been flowing down, and it was backwards. The state nor Sheldon had an expert in any type of blood. It was unbelievable. That boy's innocent as fuck. These people make me sick. Okay, sorry, I just needed a bite of my sandwich. Okay. So let's go with okay. Here we go. We're gonna start talking about this brown object in the middle. Oh, it's not oh god, I don't ever do Subway, guys. No. I'm not a Subway girl. I'm a Jimmy John's girl. Jimmy John's Turkey Tom for the win all day. Turkey Tom. Okay. Yeah, they totally framed Sheldon, and I can prove it. And we are about to prove it. Scott Roeder about to blow that ass up. It shouldn't take this long though. He's been in jail since May of 2020. It's January of 2026. Fucking piece of shit. I love Jersey Mike's too. Okay. Now, here we go. For those of you guys that think that the sheath was planted, I'm going to tell you what I feel about that. You only got one chance for that to be possibly, in my opinion, remotely possible. Quiznos. Oh my God, my favorite. Quiznos, and they just took all of them away. Quiznos. Quiznos. When I lived in Key West, I went to Quiznos for lunch like 3 times a week. I kid you not. I basically got a free sub once every other week. Okay, here we go. Now, we all know that there is blood spatter on the back of the knife sheath. It's there. There's no denying it. But when did it get there? When did it get there? So let's take a look. The spatter stains associated with the impact on the right side of the closet opening on the south wall are indicated by marker 46. Okay, so that's the image. The majority of these spatter stains are circular in shape, with the shape of the spatters along the lower margin of the overall pattern being directed downward. The shape and distribution of these spatter stains associated with impact are consistent with their originating from the area of the bed. Okay? Perfect. Now, the location of a brown object in the vicinity of the lower left back and or thigh of Madison Mogan is indicated by a yellow oval inserted in this image. This object was later identified as a brown knife sheath. The back of the knife sheath is exposed. In image 4966, this knife sheath is indicated by place card 14. Spatter associated with an impact is noted on the sheet on which the brown knife sheath is found. Now, spatter associated with an impact. So they're basically saying, like, this sheath, speck that you see, this wasn't like miraculously just got there. Like, let's just put a little this and a little bit of that. You know what I mean? So, okay. Now, photograph. There's a couple of them. Photographs included in the forensic biology report related to the laboratory analysis of the knife sheath provide closer images of the spatter stains associated with impact. So now, look at this. She had to use pictures from the knife sheath being at the laboratory. Okay. Versus pictures from the knife sheath in the position that it was, close-ups of everything around it. You know what I mean? So that you could see, okay, this flows perfectly with it being there, right? Because there should be a void in the bed sheets, right? Basically, the sheath is the object. It's like almost like a person, right? If the sheath is there, then that means the sheet underneath the sheath can't possibly get. It should have that pattern if it was in fact not to be there. Okay. So all I would want to see is, let me see these sheets. Okay. Right. Let me see how Maddie was. Let me see. Here's the sheets. We should be marking this all up. We should be able to, We really want to get good on this, on the sheath. We really want to get close up on this sheath. We want to have the sheets around it, right? You guys get what I'm saying? Like, because what should happen here is that when you take away the sheath, there should be a void, right? The sheath creates that void because the blood ended up on there. Exactly. So I'm over here thinking this is a no-brainer. If you are in forensics and doing pictures and somebody running the show and saying, hey, get all those good angles, get close up so that, we can see that the blood, everything to do with, whoa, there's just, and to the naked eye, right? It looks like there's nothing on it, right? What are you doing, Idaho? You guys suck. It's no different than when Brian Drake, they said, was shot while sitting on a stool in his office. Well, don't you think that you need to take a picture of the stool and see how tall off the ground the stool is, and then be able to talk about how long Brian Drake's torso is, and if it was up against the wall right by where the window was? Is it even possible that man could have been shot through a window because his back was up sitting on that stool? And the answer is no, it wasn't. But guess what? What's more important is that you guys didn't even fucking do that work, bitch. So how the hell are you going to say that he was sitting on a stool and got shot in the back? They didn't even take the stool into evidence for the Brian Drake case. It's like, wait, what? You didn't take the stool in? There was a hair on there. Also, why, if Brian Drake was sat his fat ass on that and he was shot in the back and it blew out the glass with the window, why is that stool have all that particles of glass on there? Brian's ass should have created a void in the stool, right? And it should have landed on him. The glass that blasted through after the bullet went through it, his sweater should have glass particles that are so tiny, okay, that are all up in his sweater. Well, guess what? None of that's there. But guess what is there? Little fibers on the back. I shouldn't say they're fibers. They're like little wooden splinters. And soil and vegetation is all on the back of his sweater. Okay? Like somebody just took him, pinned him up against the shed outside. The shed door is half ajarred off. It's and then it's consistent with what's on his back. And then also, like, he's dirty. His sweater he's taken down right in the back of the office outside, and he was out on that in that leaf grass fucking area. Last time I checked, I don't go to my chiropractor, and when he's working on me, he has dirt all over him on the back. So he was just working all day, cracking backs and giving massages with just a bunch of dirt all over his back, right? Yeah, that right there. I mean, but this is Idaho. This is what they do. So I was like, wait till we see this forensic job. It's going to be a bang up. And it was. It's pathetic. If I was the parents, I'd sue everybody. I'd sue everybody because I would sue them for emotional distress. We got all these people saying all these crazy shit because you guys fucking can't do your job. Yeah. So anyways, here we go. These photographs include the forensic biology report related to the laboratory analysis of the knife sheath, provide closer images of the spatter stains associated with impact on the exposed surface back of the knife sheath. It's like, wait, wow. So just to make sure, she says 24. Idaho State Forensic Services. Yep, lab report. Stephanie Wilp. There it is. On 11/18. The pictures that she took of that sheath on 11/18 is what was used. Get out of here. Presumptive testing for the presence of blood in the stains on the back of the knife sheath were positive. Subsequent DNA testing of the stains on the back of the knife sheath revealed a mixture of DNA. Kaylee matches the majority profile. Maddie is a potential contributor to the minor component of DNA. The back of this knife sheath was exposed to spatter stains which originated from an impact or impacts to Kaylee and Maddie. What? Subsequent DNA testing of the stains on the back of the knife sheath revealed a mixture of DNA. So you're telling me from those little tiny little spatter, right? Those tiny little, you were able to pull a profile, right? You didn't dilute it with water. You didn't mess it up. No. Why would we do that? Well, I don't know. You did that the rest of the way. So you can get stuff from just those little specks, right? The front of the strap of the knife sheath was swabbed and tested as item 1.1 as indicated in the attached image. Where? Oh, again, this is all just lab photos. When I saw this, I just could not believe that none of, I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Where are any of the photos? There should be the photos of so many angles of that sheath so that we can see where the void is. Look at that. Do you guys see this? Poof, gone. You guys, that's it. Like, the sheath is providing a void of blood being able to be on, whether it's a person, whether it's the sheets, whether it's the comforter, whatever. But that sheath was a void for the spatter. There should be a picture of that. They suck. They absolutely suck. But there's not. This woman had to do it from and show the sheath from the lab. She could not work with any photograph from the crime scene. Can you believe that? This expert could not work with any photograph from the crime scene to point out the void. And I would ask her about it on the stand. Okay, so then we go to this level 3, the third level bedroom door. Stain 48. Now, hold on with what I want to do now. Okay. Well, oh, it's fine. All right. Stain 48 on the opening edge of the door to Madison Mogen's bedroom is depicted in this image, okay? And that stain 48 is a swipe stain, which originates approximately 4 feet 1 inches above the floor and is approximately 2 inches in length. It continues to approximately 4 feet 3 inches above the floor. And that's the image. Shows the swipe in closer perspective. Swipe stains are caused by a transfer of blood from a blood-bearing surface onto another surface with characteristics that indicate relative motion between the two surfaces. That would mean that the door would be moving and the person that's transferring it. A swipe, okay? So both things are moving for the swipe stain. It's like the door is moving at the same time that I'm trying to like move, you know? That's what she's saying. But do you see how she's able to talk about any of this stuff? Like talking about 4 feet 1 inches, talking about all this Where was any of this talk with the sheath? Now, stain 48 was pre-logged into the ISPFS system as stain 42. How does that happen, Brett Payne? This sample was then assigned at the lab for number 77. Like, Brett Payne, why are you just renumbering shit? I don't get it. I don't understand this. And I want somebody needs to ask that question, needs to be answered, because how does that happen? How does that happen? Why? Testing showed the sample to originate from Kaylee. So, you guys, this is what I think is just kind of wild, right? Why wouldn't it be a mixture? Why wouldn't it be a mixture? Okay. What this is basically saying is that so on my, let's say on my hoodie here, I have blood. Okay. And that when I go to, like, it's just a little bit gets there. Like, it's like, as I'm moving the door a little bit, it nicks it. So it's swipe. Okay. Swipe. It's only Kaylee. So testing showed the sample to originate from Kaylee. There is no physical evidence to indicate that either Kaylee or Maddie created this transfer stain. This is what I'm saying. There's no physical evidence. What she means by physical evidence, because what she's saying that there's no physical evidence because guess what? Maddie nor Kaylee, they have no blood on their feet, above their feet, below thing, nothing on the bottom. Like, basically saying that this could not be from them. This attack occurred in that bed, and it stayed, and those girls never left that bed once this attack started. Okay? She's saying there's no physical evidence. There's no physical evidence to say that blood on Kaylee basically could have made that happen. Now this photo was taken by the Forensic Field Services team on November 17th, 2022, and shows a second area of swipe transfer stain on the opening edge of the bedroom door, as indicated by marker X. Okay. Subsequent testing at marker X showed a mixture DNA. Imagine that. Now this one's a mixture, right? Mixture. Well, who's the mixture of? Well, let's see. Kaylee matches the majority profile of this mixture. Madison is a potential contributor to the minor component of this mixture. Again, there is no physical evidence to indicate that Kaylee or Maddie created this swipe on the edge of the door. Marker 42. This becomes a big old fucking problem here. Marker 42 in image, whatever, depicts a patterned transfer stain near the hinge side of the exterior surface of the third level bedroom door. A pattern transfer is created when a pattern object, which was wet with liquid, blood, made contact with the surface. The appearance of this stain is consistent with diluted blood, creating this patterned transfer. Diluted blood is created when blood is mixed with another liquid. And now the key words here is where is this located? Okay. Where is this located? This is on the where is this pattern, you know? A pattern transfer stain, like could it be like a glove pattern? Like what do you mean? But it's on the hinge side of the exterior surface of the third level bedroom door. And this is the photo that she uses. I'll come back and show you what I mean. But now we go to the stairwell. Stairwell from third level to the switchback. The stairwell from the third level to the second level is depicted here. Transfer stain, designated stain 41, is indicated on the top of the banister as indicated by the yellow arrow. So see that right there? Okay. Stains N and O are indicated on the wall below the banister, right here. Now, stain 41 is depicted in image and consistent of 2 pattern transfer stains. 2. On the handrail between the third and second level of the residence. Pattern transfer stains were created when an object with a similar pattern object or objects, which was wet with liquid blood, made contact with the handrail of the stairwell. Swiping motion is visible within the pattern transfer as depicted by the yellow arrow inserted into image. And I'm like, wait, swiping motion? No, this doesn't make sense to me. How is that banister moving? Stain 41 was positive with a presumptive test for blood. DNA matched Madison Mogan. Just Madison. Hold on one second. Okay. Okay. Sniping stains. Okay. Stain 41. Then wait till you hear about this though. Okay, lower portion. Okay, all of this shit right here. Okay. Stain M and L are located in the inner side of the banister of the stair well between levels. Okay. Again, these are transfer stains. The location of stain K, same thing. Stain K is a light colored transfer stain on the wall at the switchback between level 3 and level 2. What do you mean it's a light colored? You mean is it diluted? Like, what do you mean? It's just light color. Presumptive testing for the presence of blood was positive. Okay. 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 J. She's calling these a light colored transfer stain on the wall at the bottom of the stairs between level 3 and 2. Presumptive testing for the. Yep. Okay. That's all the way up here. Okay. Where is this? Right there. So that would be, is it somebody coming, they're coming down this way? You get what I'm saying? Because they already have the blood on them. They're coming down over here. So they're not coming. So they're coming down this way. So they're on the inside. So they're right here. So you're on the inside like this. to rub up here, and then somehow now you're going to be over here. You guys see? Okay. Living room. Within this area, there is a sofa, a television, and a beer pong table. A metal frame console table is partially visible against the wall opposite the sofa. A narrow path exists between the metal console table and the beer pong table. So, keyword here is a narrow path exists. Okay. And this is what she's trying to say is that the reason that there was all this stuff going on is because it was a narrow path. Now, 2 overturned red cups and a partially empty Bud Light Lime bottle is noted on the beer pong table with a wooden handled knife. Okay. And they're saying that, this is the picture for that. Now, 2 stain areas on the beer pong table. Stain 39 is indicated by the yellow area and shown in greater detail when you zoom in on this one, 4574. Presumptive testing of stain 39 for blood was positive. Okay. So there is blood on that table. Stain 39 demonstrates the appearance of diluted blood stain. Yep, because guess what? There's water on that table. There's beer on that table, right? This stain on the table revealed the DNA of Kaylee. Item 76. Now, this is, you guys have to understand something. This woman, who's the expert, can only go off of, like, you would ask her, like, hey, basically, if any of these swabs got mixed up and this really wasn't swabbed there and this was from some over there, and all of your findings come from the investigators at that scene, you have to rely on them doing their job correctly and marking things correctly. And so therefore, because whatever they're reporting in their reports, that's what you're taking, right? Yeah. And you're not there with them when they do that, right? No, I'm not. Like, that's a very important question to ask somebody so that the jury would understand, like, you didn't work with them on this, right? By the time you get called in, it's been how long? Almost a year later. And you go to the house and there's nothing there for you to examine, right? Yep. And just like how Brett Payne couldn't number shit right. I mean, you understand they're taking swabs like this on items or areas at the house and then putting it into their little box that they have their little swabs in and labeling it. Well, you want me to believe that y'all did all that right? And we know where all this shit that y'all swabbed, that, yep, you didn't mess any of this shit up and didn't label it wrong? You've got to be kidding me, right? It's reasonable doubt. It's reasonable doubt that I can think that you did not do that correctly. Okay? And if the slightest thing is off with what y'all did, it'd be a big problem, right? Yeah, it would. It'd be a big problem. So, again, I would expect stain 39 to have diluted blood stains. Right? Why? Because you can see that on the table, it's funny that they're using this picture. The Bud Light Lime bottle was actually, like, tipped over. I mean, wasn't it? Where's the White Claw? Anyways, now the presence of an overturned cup in the vicinity of stain 39 is a potential source of the dilution of the if the cup in fact contained a source of liquid. It is unclear if this cup contained a liquid at some time or if it was part of the setup for beer pong game. Exactly, and you don't know that because the people did not take any pictures that indicated that you saw water, right? Water traveling out of one of the cups, laying right there. Was there any water down around the ground anywhere by itself? Was there just water puddles anywhere? Well, I don't know. Why don't you? Because nobody took pictures of anything like that. I mean, think about this. You go spill something in your kitchen. You don't touch it. How does that ice cube become a big old puddle so that when you walk with your sock in it and you're like, oh my God, this is just so bad. This is so bad. Because this expert, if you ask her questions, she's going to say, I don't know. I can only go off of what they gave me. Okay, so you're saying these things. It's unclear if the cup contained liquid. Okay, so, but it's definitely diluted, right? Yep. So spatter stain F is on the edge of the west side of the table. And this is one of the most important ones, in my opinion. And it's depicted by the orange arrow. It is shown in greater detail. Presumptive testing of the F was positive. Okay. DNA from this stain was not identified. What? Yeah, let's talk about it. The most important stain, in my opinion, was not identified. You've got to be absolutely kidding me right now. This is what this stain right here is. If you were to bump into that table, you understand? You're going to transfer blood that's on you. Okay. Is transferring to that table because you bumped into it, right? Now, which way are they walking to bump into that? Are they walking, because let's use our common sense. Okay. If I was to be coming from upstairs down and I bumped into that, I believe personally that my weight going forward and bumping into that table would actually have the reverse effect of what it has here. And it would push out in front of me what I'm bumping into because of my weight continuing to push it forward. You know what I mean? So this to me would seem like somebody's bumping into this when they'd be walking like towards, Dylan's room, bumping into that and pushing the front of that then out. Okay. Now, she says the extremely elongated shape of stain F is attributable to an acute angle of incidence between the source object and the side of the beer pong table. You'd have a field day with that. You'd have an absolute, okay. Oh, remember though that this is just like a straight little pointy one, Remember this one? That's it. Acute. Interesting. I think it's the knife, right? And it would be walking towards Dylan with the knife out in their left hand? Does that make sense? The knife being carried out, walking towards Dylan's room in their left hand, right? But also that would mean that it was exposed and not wrapped up, meaning where are the gravity droplets or your drip? Where would that be? When you're leaving to walk from Xana's room to leave, right? Where's that at? Get the fuck up out of here. It's nowhere to be found. Well, then how do you explain that? And their answer is this is what I think is interesting. And I just don't think you're going to win over the jury this way. I just don't. Is that the absence of evidence doesn't mean that there's, an absence of evidence. The evidence is absent. That's what they say. This book's all about the absence of evidence doesn't mean that the evidence is absent. What? So basically what you're saying is a whole slew of shit could be possible, right? Yes, exactly. Okay, so why can't we just write a book that says all the possibilities, ... That needs to be a new criminal justice book, man. All the possibilities. Here, listen to what they say here. So, this is going towards, so depicts the view looking across the beer pong table towards the bedroom assigned to Xana. Across from the beer pong table is the metal console table referenced earlier. On the right side of this image, one can see a half wall with a wooden ledge and the stairs leading from the second level down to the first level parking lot entrance on the north side of the residence. Near the middle of the frame, the hallway leading from the living room to the bedroom of Xana is depicted. And this is when they get into now, we're going to talk about stairway leading from level 2 to 1. And stain D is located on the north side of the wooden ledge of the half wall in the living room, right? Look at this shit. That's a transfer. How does this transfer? How does this transfer by only if you were to say that they grabbed with their fingertips coming across from like where the beer pong table is and they just transferred it because they reached over, but nothing happened on top of the ledge? Or is there? You guys get what I'm saying? Like, or is that a transfer stain because people are traveling from the first level to the second level? So stain D was tested and yes, it's positive. She is saying stain D is a transfer blood stain. That means gloves, sweater, whatever, like is rubbing up against that. Subsequent testing of stain D on the edge of the ledge showed a mixture of DNA. Oh, imagine that. A mixture. Okay. Ethan being the primary contributor. Wow. There is no physical evidence to indicate that Ethan was ever outside of the bedroom after sustaining his bloodletting injuries. So how did it get there? Is the person going down? Right? The person, that means that this transfer, in my opinion, is from the person leaving. And they're not leaving out the slider. But they are going the way that, I don't know, Dylan ran down the stairs. But hey, this person is, going down the stairs to the first level. And if they have Ethan is the main contributor, that means that this would be after, according to the state's theory, girls were killed upstairs first, and that the person, Xana and Ethan, were killed last, right? So that means that they did not leave out the slider. They left where? In my opinion, wouldn't that be kind of indicative of this person coming around and going to walk down? No? Touching something, how does that get there? Well, let's see. See what Homegirl says. She's just saying it's not coming from Ethan because he never left that bedroom after suffering his, blood. So here she says, stain E, okay, which is right on top here. It's on the top of the ledge, the wooden ledge. Stain E was tested for the presumptive presence of blood and was positive. Stain E is consistent of 2 diluted spatter stains. 2 diluted. The shape of these spatters show they are traveling from the area of the living room and towards the stairwell opening. They are traveling from the area of the living room towards the stairwell opening. What? They're on the opposite side of the beer pong table? Like somebody's using the beer pong table as like a, like, you know, you're on the opposite side of it and I'm using it to what? What? The shape of these spatters show they are traveling from the area of the living room. The coloration and the edge characteristic of stain E show concentration around the outer. Wow, indicative of diluted stain. Stain E was not tested further. Stain E, guess what? I mean, it wasn't tested further. What do you mean it wasn't tested further? Stain E was not tested further. Okay, why not? Okay, well, what else do we have? Oh. Okay. Now, the 3 areas of staining are noted in the stairwell between 2 and the first level. Okay, on the north wall, these stains are labeled 23 and 24, and stain 27 is in the area located above the steps. Stain 23 is depicted in more detail in this image. And stain 24, we know these 23 and 24. A close-up view of stain 27 is depicted. Okay. Stains 23, 24, and 27 were tested for the presumptive presence of blood and were positive. Okay. The location and distribution of stains 23, 24, and 27 are consistent with a cast-off mechanism, while their physical appearance is consistent with diluted blood. Cast-off created when blood is released as a result of a bloodied object in motion. Yep. So somebody is just swinging the knife in the living room. And meanwhile, Dylan just didn't see someone's just swinging this knife around. This is crazy to me. Yeah, Scott Rotter's coming on Monday. I think it's Monday. He just got back from the Dominican Republic. So, the location and distribution. Okay, so how about this? Why aren't we talking about the fact that 23 and 24 aren't the? I mean, what do we got going on here? Who are those unknown mixed with unknown males? So the appearance of the blood stain revealed that the blood has been diluted by another liquid. DNA testing of stains from the north wall, stain 20. Look at that's just it. Look at so 23, 24, and 27 get all grouped in together. 3 areas of staining are noted in the stairwell between the second level and the first level. And we're going to just rope all of these in together. This is the first time that we've seen anything be roped in together. You understand? When we're talking about, it's like, here, stain this or stain. Now, 23, 24, 27, we're going to talk about those all together because those stainings are noted in the stairwell between the second level and the first level, which is really important area, right? Because that's why I want to know, what what do you think happened here? Do you know this? Do you know what the state's theory is? Do you know what their theory is? Expert Sutton? That nobody went down from being on the second level down that stairwell and out or in. What does the evidence tell us? Well, 3 areas of staining are noted in the stairwell between second level and the first level as depicted, okay? On the north wall, these stains are labeled. Yep, I understand that. Stain 23 is depicted in more detail. I get that. And stain 24 is shown in more detail. I get that. And a close-up, And they were all blood, yep. The location and distribution of stains 23, 24, and 27 are consistent with a cast-off mechanism, while their physical appearance is consistent with diluted blood. So if somebody was just walking, right? And I'm walking because I'm going to walk from leaving Xana's room, and I'm going to walk, right? So if the blood's coming off of what? Just me, my hands swinging, like me walking, like what? I'm just leaving Xana's room and just fucking twirling around my knife. Like what's going on here? Where is any of this on the floor? Where is it on the floor? Where is there any blood trail? So this I mean, it gets better. It gets better. Now, the DNA testing of stains from the north wall, stain 27, of the stairwell shows a mixture of DNA. Kaylee matches the majority component. Madison is a potential contributor to the minor component. There is no physical evidence to indicate that Kaylee or Maddie was in this location after sustaining their bloodletting injuries. Here. How about this? The question would be coming up in a report, which is it possible for these stains for cast off? Is that what you're saying here? This is cast off, right? Okay. And what other one? Oh, and 27 over here. Okay. So that's going in a certain pattern, if it's casting off, right? Is that like one after, like, is this like 1, 2, 3, or is it like 1? Like, come on, where's your report? You would know this. Are these all from the same what's going on here? And I would just ask, so do you think that somebody is waving around a weapon? I would just ask the question. Okay, so stain 26. What's up with this one? Well, it's on the half wall in the second floor living room. At the end of the beer pong table is depicted an image. Okay. It's a diluted cast off with associated flow stains. What? Yeah, 26. 37, 38. Now, what's a flow stains as demonstrated in stain 26 result from a gravitational attraction? That wasn't that fancy. So, okay. So V and W represent a second area of diluted cast-off stains with associated flow. Okay, diluted. So everything in the living room is just diluted. Cast-off is created when blood. Okay, yep. The appearance of the blood stains revealed that the blood has been diluted by another liquid. Okay, and what is this liquid? How come everything in the living room is diluted? Did somebody throw a beer pong cup at somebody? I mean, how is everything diluted? Okay. So let's keep going. 37, 38. Okay. See, same thing. Right here, diluted blood stains G, H, and I. Again, all in this room or walking to the hallway. And there is no physical evidence to indicate that Kaylee and Maddie were in this location after sustaining their bloodletting injuries. And that's a problem because why would they be diluted then? I don't understand. Okay. I mean, I do understand, but I don't understand with what you're trying to tell the world here. Stain 38. Okay, so where are we at here? Location. The presumptive test. So this was not blood. Okay. Stain 28. North side of the hallway. Okay, great. Up, blood. It's a swipe stain. Okay. Stain 28 appears dark in color and not diluted. Oh my gosh, okay. So what are we working with? An undiluted swipe stain indicates that a bloodied object surface made contact with this wall while in motion. An undiluted swipe stain. Okay. Bedroom of Xana. Now, Ethan is lying on the bed, partially covered with a blue blanket and a pink comforter. He can be seen to be wearing a pair of white socks. Okay. We know what Xana was wearing. Now, this is, I think, very important, which is the bottoms and tops of the socks of Ethan are depicted here, and no blood is visible on either the bottoms or tops of his socks. That is absolutely very, very huge. Okay, very, very huge. Oh. This observation supports that he was not moving about and dripping blood or stepping into blood after liquid blood was shed. Very, very important. So sad. A projected pattern indicated by yellow arrow is visible on the bedroom wall in the vicinity of the head of Ethan and image. Mr. Chapin's head is between the edge of the mattress and the wall. This projected pattern is more readily visible in this image. This is projector pattern, so everything's. I agree that everything fits perfectly, but I also think that I want to know why she doesn't talk about his hands, because what they made a big deal about, and I think it's an important deal to make a big deal about, is in Delphi, when they were talking about how Libby's hands versus Abby's hands, and one of them were pristine and the other one wasn't. And it's a natural reaction, like that we always do when something happens to us, like we go and like cover up, like to try to stop like the bleeding of something, like you're going to naturally react to to where that wound is and to stop the bleeding. And so I thought it was interesting that they don't talk about Ethan's hands at all in this report, you know? So there's transfer stains are located on Chapin's left chest, left shoulder, and left upper arm, top and bottom surfaces of his left upper wrist. Transfer stains and saturated stains are located on the blue blanket. Yep. Bottom sheet under along the right. And I said, hands. I said, what the heck? Where are his hands? What's his hands doing? But also, did they test any of those transfer stains that were on him? They came from somebody else. Remember, he doesn't have any clothes on. Okay. And in here, it's like, these flows then change directionality and flow down the right arm towards the elbow, indicating, so basically his right shoulder has a transfer stain on the uppermost portion of his shoulder. It's basically saying that right here, when you want to talk about a void, here's the first time she wants to bring it up. And this is a void of the staining. So these voids are the result of these areas being shielded or protected from blood stains as the projected blood was created. And so she's basically saying that he was like laying on his right elbow. Okay. And guess what? When your elbows are hitting your bed, like so, okay, it's your hands. Where are your hands then? Okay. Like if my elbow, like where's my hands? What are my hands doing? I want to know how, like, if Ethan was swabbed a lot to try to. So, you know, so these observations indicate that Ethan was on his right elbow when his left artery was injured. This positioning created a void at his right armpit as blood flow began to. Okay. As he fell slowly towards his right, the flow pattern changed accordingly, and directional patterns from the injury. So, okay. These are all. Okay. See, like the voided areas. These voids were created due to Chapin's head and shoulders. It was shielding the wall from the projected. Okay. Well, that's what. Where's any of this type of talk with the damn sheet? Okay. It's because there was no pictures. The lack of information is why she can't talk about any of that. Saturation staining on the bottom sheet is associated with this injury. Spatter stains are located on the top of the right knee. A second injury below this incision is visible when his leg was rolled. Like, we didn't hear about that. Okay. This is just mind-blowing right here when you're seeing this. Now going to Xana. The bloodstains on her legs and exhibit many transfer stains, wipe stains, and flow stains. Numerous transfers and saturation stains are noted on her sweatshirt. On the right thigh of Xana, a patterned transfer is indicated by the yellow arrow. An object with a similar pattern either transferred the blood to her right thigh or contacted an existing blood stain on her upper right thigh while it was still wet. Okay. I mean, those are those squares. So this is for where every other piece is located, though. We know where she was laying, but here's the above the location of her head, a white nightstand is at an angle to the bed. Because I wanted to know where that white nightstand was originally. And if you're saying above the location of where her head was, go look at where the sketch has her. A white shelving unit with dark gray drawers is against the wall between the bed and the closet. What? On the wall opposite the bed is a white desk. Yep. The white nightstand shows transfers and wipes on the side closest to the bed and on the top surface. The front edge of the nightstand has been moved away from the bed in order to make room for a bloody object that created the transfers on the side of the nightstand and to allow room for the drip stains noted in the floor. Exactly. Like, this is very strange to me. Because it's like it has been moved away from the bed in order to make it was just moved in a struggle. I just think that's really interesting wording to say it that way. Drip stains and drip trails are noted on the bottom shelf of the nightstand and on the floor between the bed and nightstand. Drip stains and trails are created when a surface wet with blood is above the level of the surface showing deposition. See how now she says it with she's saying it, drip stains and trails are created when a surface wet with blood is above the level of the surface. So it's not a person now. That couldn't be from it's from an object. Spatter and stains associated with the impact are noted on the wall and on top of the nightstand. The appearance of stains indicated by the yellow oval is consistent with diluted blood. Diluted blood is created when blood is mixed with another liquid. The mouth and nose injuries of Xana, as noted in the autopsy report, are potential sources of diluted blood. The shape and area of convergence with of these. So did they not test it to see if it was mixed with anything? Right? But wait, we'll see. Spatter stains associated with impact are located on the wall to the right of the opening for the closet. Yes, this is what I want to know. The spatter indicated by marker 29. The appearance of these spatters is consistent with diluted blood. Exactly. Like this is you're screwed here. The mouth and nose are potential. Like I said, we have to. How far is this away? Like, where do you think Xana was? Like, wait, when do you think that occurred? Like, did this occur more like right at the beginning, at the end? Because these spatter stains originated from an impact to a source of exposed blood located approximately 3 feet and 7 inches above the floor. I mean, Xana was on the ground. Then with this chair, I said, what are these transfer? What about that laptop? Come on. Transfer stains are noted on the white chair for depicted. Okay, this chair is located adjacent to the head of Xana. There are additional transfer stains on the uppermost portion of the leg of the desk Okay, marker 35. Yeah. The DNA match just Xana right there. It was just hers. Okay. So, and it was a there are see transfer stains. This is where Ann Taylor is saying if it was transfer stains from, you have to say that it's Xana that only transferred that, because it couldn't be from the assailant. If the assailant has already attacked 3 people, okay, and now we're with 4, so why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't this be a mixture? Why would it only be just Xana? And that would mean that it was Xana. Like, she transferred that solely herself. Would make more sense. Okay. So all of this diluted blood is all going on. None of that's going on upstairs. Okay. That's my issue. So then let's go to where she comes to these conclusions. Okay. So again, she just thinks that all of this diluted blood is to do with Xana's mouth and nose injuries. Or because, yeah, basically. Now, the locations of these drip stains near the opening edge of the bedroom door represents the furthermost location of undiluted blood. Furthermost. The location of these drip stains, which is drip stains were noted on the bedroom floor below the door. The relative location of these drip stains is indicated by a pink marker on the floor in image. These drip stains are better. Okay. These drip stains do not appear to have been altered or diluted. And that is the location of these drip stains right here near the opening edge of the bedroom door represents the furthermost location of undiluted blood. Once Xana was actively bleeding, there is no physical evidence that she was ever east of this location. East meaning out of her room. Like, she never got anywhere past that door. Okay, her conclusions now are: there is no physical evidence that any of the decedents were outside of their respective bedrooms after sustaining significant blood-letting injuries. The only decedents who move from the bed and or be standing upright after actively bleeding was Xana. And so the question is then, okay, Ethan and Xana, if they were in the same bed and somebody comes in there, how do you control both Ethan and Xana, right? If it was just one person, how Xana should have been able to escape, right? You would have had to injure what? Xana first, so that it didn't have to be what, like in her leg somewhere, somehow that she couldn't walk. Or if there was 2 people, right? Okay. So someone other than the decedents had a source of blood on their person or in their possession and is responsible for the creation of the bloodstains in the following locations. So it is her conclusion that every single transfer stain that we have that's outside of either one of those bedrooms, Madison Mogan's bedroom door does not belong to Maddie. Like, I mean, it belongs to the person. So someone other than the decedents had a source of blood on their person or in their possession and is responsible for the creation of the blood stains in the following locations: Madison Mogan's bedroom door, stairway leading from the 3rd level to the 2nd level, stairway leading from the second level to the first level. Diluted stain on the top of the beer pong table on the second level. Half wall near the end of the beer pong table on the second level, and the wooden ledge of the half wall on the second level. The presence of diluted bloodstains outside of the respective bedrooms indicates that the person, look at this, look at the person or persons responsible. She puts it in her own report, in the state's own report. The person or persons, plural. You guys see that? That's unbelievable. She cannot rule out that this was not like person or person responsible for the creation of these bloodstains. Okay? Because I think that they're going to leave it in the fact of the matter is that if Bethany or Dylan were lying, they could have been the people to transfer it and they just lied and didn't want to get in trouble because, oh my God, like we freaked out. We didn't call 911, things like that. Okay. So she is specifically saying that it's not the killer. She's specifically saying, that, oh, by the way, I'm going to be having on Pavarotti again. And this is the documents that we're going to be talking about. Okay. So, but the presence of diluted bloodstains outside of the respective bedrooms indicates that the person or persons responsible for the creation of these bloodstains also caused their dilution. You see that? So she is wording it that way for a reason. And because it could be that the person that had nothing to do with these killings after the fact that's but what we're saying I'm saying that this scene has so many possibilities because of the lack of physical evidence that you can't rule out. Literally, you'd be able to ask somebody on the stand so many questions in so many different ways. That's my opinion. The cast-off bloodstains on the half wall at the end of the beer pong table and in the stairwell between the second and first floor indicate that the source of the diluted blood was in motion. Thank you. That's, remember, I was like, what is she going to tell us here? Come on, what is she going to tell us about that? And so the question is yes, that person was in motion, but do you believe that was coming off, and then why aren't we talking about the fact that there was no testing of, like, you put nowhere about whose blood that is or what that's from? Like, my hands, I'm just twirling around my fucking knife. What am I doing here when I'm in motion? Doing what, though? In motion where? Going where? After what? We don't know. Then the presence of diluted blood from Kaylee and Madison and the cast-off bloodstains on the half wall at the end of the beer pong table and in the stairwell opening between the second and first floors establishes that Miss Kaylee and Miss Maddie had already been injured and that the source of their blood had been mixed with another liquid before these cast-off stains were created. Oh my God. How? Okay, explain. So give me some examples of that happening. So somebody that just, I don't know, washed their hands, didn't get all the blood off. Somebody that just took a shower and it's in their hair, and their hair is just, I don't know. Throw me out some examples. How would the blood be diluted on the person from upstairs just coming downstairs and they're walking in motion? How is that blood diluted? You understand? That's my question, is how did it get diluted from the standpoint of like, did I went into the bathroom and cleaned off the knife? And then the glove has blood on it. My knife is kind of rinsed off. But my hand is then putting the knife is getting, it's mixing then the water with blood. And then when I'm walking down the stairs, having a beer pong cup thrown at you. Yep, I said that earlier. But that's not going to make, that'd be some serious flinging. If you're able to throw a beer pong cup that has basically nothing in it, like this much water, how that hits off of me and is able to fly and cast off me onto that other wall. That's really going to be difficult, in my opinion. Okay. Transfer stain D on the north side of the wooden ledge of the half wall in the living room, which was identified as containing the blood of Ethan, is the only undiluted blood stains identified outside of the bedrooms. Oh. Ethan's. Now, I think that's so strong to say that whoever, if Ethan was killed and Dana were killed by two different people, right? That's why that is not a mixture and it's just Ethan and it's coming off of the person that had pinned down. But I mean, this is just science. I'm asking, like, how can you explain it scientifically? You know, it's like the state's theory is that Brian Colbert did this alone. So you would want to ask your expert, did one person inflict every wound of every single person in that house? Is that what the evidence shows? What's the strongest indication that yes, that happened? And what's the strongest indication that no, that didn't happen? Can anyone just, there you go. And then, by the way, they said this happened because if you want to believe Dylan and everything that she says, or at least the time frame of when this happened, and have it be in sync with the text messages, okay, then this had to have happened in just minutes. Okay, so how about that? What do you think? Well, we're going to show you what the defense says about all of this, because we have what the defense said. Now, the knife sheath recovered from the bed of Madison Mogen had DNA associated with Brian Kohlberger and blood spatters associated with an impact delivered to Kaylee and Maddie. And my only question would be, and you're going to see when I write this, is, and those blows that made that pattern could have happened after what? Could that have happened after, let's say, an hour, 2, 3, 4? There's no, you don't have an expert opinion of what time that happened, right? Or can you give me a ballpark of when you know that it couldn't have happened after a certain point in time? And where's the void? Did you go over that? Can you show where that void is? because since the sheath is there, is it a void for any? I mean, we're talking about over 100 combined wounds, let's say. Okay. And would you expect for it to have different cast off or spatter coming off, like different angles? You know, is it more indicative that sheath got there towards the end or more towards the beginning of the, counting all of the wounds, which then led to obviously cast off, and I just don't see how you could say that it'd be like, yeah, more towards the end, potentially just one strike. There is no physical evidence to indicate that a significant amount of time elapsed during the commission of this violent activity. There is no physical evidence to indicate that a significant amount of time elapsed during of this violent activity. So that's basically, she's answering what I just kind of said. And because she's basically saying that a lack of evidence doesn't mean that there's evidence. She says that there is no physical evidence to exclude a single perpetrator causing the death of these 4 individuals. There is no physical evidence to exclude it. It doesn't mean that it happened. You just, it's a possibility. You can't exclude it. And then she would have to answer and say, right. And you can't exclude that 2 people did it, right? Correct. And you can't exclude that 3 people did it, right? Correct. And you can't exclude that 4 people did it, correct? Correct. And nowhere in your report can you say that the same weapon was used for all the wounds, correct? Correct. There is no scientific basis to predict the necessary occurrence of secondary footwear. I'm sorry. I missed one. There is no physical evidence to exclude a single perpetrator causing the death of these 4 individuals. And now there is no scientific basis to predict the necessary occurrence of secondary footwear transfer stains due to overall lack of visible footwear patterns in the entire crime scene. This is where she says, you guys, even though there's no footprints leaving this house, even though there's no footwear anywhere in the house of anybody moving from to being able to kill 4 people, okay? Even though there is no sign of this person moving, okay? Even though there's no signs of it. There's no signs of anybody entering. There's no signs of anybody leaving. And there's no signs of anybody, like, physically walking through the home. She's saying that there is no scientific basis to predict that it is necessary, that there should be the secondary footwear transfer stains due to overall lack of visible footwear patterns in the entire crime scene. Again, though, these findings are based upon the materials provided to date. So you have to really go through her shit. And if you can show, oh my God, if she would have been given this, and this, would that change your opinion? You know, things like that. You have to go and look at what she was provided with to see, this is what she's working with. This is how I can make up my opinions. And then she said that, hey, Appendix A, B, C, and D is my response and rebuttal report, or it's what Matthew gave, and Dr. Brent Turvey, they put in for their reports. So Appendix D is the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, okay? And she goes, and she's like, here you go. And now here's what the defense says. The defense says, response to rebuttal items in report by Matt. So Matt says, listen. He says, hey, Sutton's report, page 10, says, it should be noted that there were no drip trails of blood noted on the bedroom floor. Drip trails are indicative of movement by a bleeding individual, it says. And I'm saying, yeah, I don't think that's accurate. I think that she should be not using individual, but his comment is drip trails, when present, can represent movement of a bleeding person or movement of an object with wet blood of sufficient volume to contribute to drip after blood is there, i.e. bloody weapon can create a drip trail from the weapon being carried away from a blood source. Now, I completely agree, and I think that this would 1000% resonate with the jury, with people that get it. They're like, we're not just talking about footprints here now, guys. We're talking no footprints, right? No secondary transfer with your footwear. But we're also now talking about this weapon. This weapon is not leaving any blood trail. Well, let's see what so that's what Matt says. And then Sutton's response now, this is in her rebuttal. She says drip trails can certainly indicate movement of an object with enough wet blood to create drips. I'm like, enough blood? Dude, what do you mean? If this evidence isn't indicative of a lot of blood, I don't know what crime scene is, because there's a lot of blood. I would think that this is a lot of blood. But hey, she says that you need to have enough wet blood to create drips. But this type of drip trail is typically characterized by a small number of drips due to the lack of replenishing blood supply. In comparison, a bleeding individual can create a longer, more continuous drip trail. And so her argument back to that is by saying, like, we don't have anybody bleeding that's walking around this house. It's like, what? The comment made in so this is her rebuttal. The comment made in my report was intended only to address whether or not a continuous drip trail indicative of a bleeding individual was observed. I said on cross, this presents so it's possible. And then they're just going to list this all off. Like, this comment right here just sets you up for the on cross to present. So it's possible that blah, blah, blah. Yep, it's possible. And you can't rule this out, right? Yep, can't rule that out. That's what you get into. This was just going to take a long time. Now, Sutton report, page 22, marker 42. It depicts a patterned transfer stain near the hinge side of the exterior surface of the third level bedroom door. A pattern transfer is created when a pattern object which was wet with the liquid, so this is what she writes, okay? And she writes A, B, and C. Now, Matt comes up, because I've already read those. Matt comes up and says, this stain, as depicted in the Sutton report image 4587, is an altered blood stain. The appearance depicted in this image represents what was left of the stain after the initial sampling conducted by Detective Talbot. Dude, it's like Brennan all over again in the Karen Reed case. Brennan knew, and he asks the guys on the stand that were the crash daddies talking about, well, how they cut out the sweatshirt. And so they knew that, like, Brennan knew that was cut, not that happened during the incident. Holy shit. She's over here thinking that bloodstain 42 is, and it's, hey, that's how it always was. No, Talbot already tested it and diluted it with water. They knew this. This poor woman. And so Matt's like, wait a second, what are you talking about? How are you even commenting on 42? 42 is an altered bloodstain. And here, this poor woman doesn't know that because they messed up everything. The appearance depicted in this image represents what was left of the stain after the initial sampling conducted by Detective Talbot. Original images of this stain show it to be small spatter, black and white numbered placard 42 of Talbot. The sample was then collected, likely with excessive water applied to the swab. Like, what? Altering the original appearance of the stain. Days later, when ISPFS laboratory processed the scene, they come on the 17th, a yellow sticker 42 was placed and the after collection appearance photographed, see figure 26. That's what you're talking about. This stain was never DNA tested, and therefore it cannot be attributed to originating from any specific individual. She's talking about Xana. The misidentification of this sample may be associated with the renumbering system employed by Detective Payne. This is insanity right here. I mean, Sutton was going to literally just answer whatever she was going to be asking her. Yep. That could be definitely possible. Yep. I mean, this is crazy. This is embarrassing that she would have to write this up. Look at what she has to write up then. She has to say, my response was, regarding alteration of stain 42, my description of stain 42 was based on its appearance in image 4587. Mr. Nodal had the advantage of seeing the stain. If the original stain was in fact collected using excessive water, I agree with Matt's opinion of it being an altered spatter stain. Regarding the DNA profile of stain 42, I was unaware of the change in numbering system as it correlated to the depiction of the agency number in the ISPFS worksheet described by Matt. The misidentification of this sample may be associated with the number. Yep. After further investigation, I removed any DNA results from stain 42 as it appears not to have been tested. These people are amazing. Sign them up. Sutton here. Sutton says on my page 16, this has to do with this. And then here's Matt says, this part of the assessment should also consider cast off from a bloody object being swung upward and toward the northeast corner. Swung upward. And I said, interesting. Sutton's response is, well, I agree that a cast-off pattern may be intermingled with the impact spatters on the underside of the Shelfabug Mogan's bed. It is my opinion that a simple call of impact spatter is more conservative. Okay. Now, Sutton's report says Xana Kernodle was injured in proximity to this table. Okay, talking about the beer pong table. Watch this. Matt says, as a single drop deposited with potential dilution, it cannot be determined when this drop arrived. Thank you. That's what I've been saying. When did this arrive? When did this happen? Nothing about any of this. When did it happen? It's 8 hours. I mean, when did this happen? Or what specific mechanism generated it? The Sutton report incorrectly reported that stain F revealed that the DNA of Xana, however, no record of the stain having been tested for the source DNA was located in the provided data. No additional or accompanying bloodstains, patterns, or transfers from Xana are demonstrated in this area, so there is no data to suggest Kernodle was injured at or near this table. And then Sutton's like, the incorrect DNA profile originally attributed to stain F has been corrected in the body of this amended report. The conclusion stating that the finding of Kernodle's blood on the table in the living room was the basis for my conclusion that she had suffered an injury at or near this table. But guess what? My original reporting of DNA from stain F as being blood from Xana was the result of my mistaken belief that the description of the stain is being collected from a second floor study table. And Wilt's, her report was an alternative description of what I refer to as the beer pong table in the living room. What? How did she's thinking that the beer pong table in the living room is an alternate way of saying a study table? This is absolute. This is crazy. Then she says, this error has been corrected and the conclusion drawn as a result of this error has been deleted. No blood of Xana on pong table, basically. Next. Well, Sutton report at page 56. The appearance of the stains indicate by the yellow that is consistent with diluted blood, everything that she writes there. Now, Matt says, Nodell says, as occurred with the stain on the third floor door, item 42, this stain was also diluted through the collection process after it had been documented by Detective Talbot. The original deposit was not diluted and therefore does not fit with a source from any mouth or nose injury to Xana. The dilution of this stain is an artificial remnant of sampling, Sutton says, regarding the alteration of stain depicted, yes. As occurred with the stain on the third floor door, item 42, my description of this stain was based on its appearance. Based on its appearance. Mr. Nodell had the advantage of seeing the stain. If it is confirmed that the original stain was collected using excess water, I agree with Mr. Nodell's opinion of it being an altered spatter stain. Like, she, again, has to change my report. Like, this is from this dude. Did Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson not read this woman's report? Or the lab people? Like, regarding the conclusions that the mouth and nose injuries of Xana, as noted in the autopsy report, are potential sources of diluted blood, this statement does not imply a substitute for DNA testing. It is only stated as a potential source and was not intended to exclude other mechanisms. My God. Other evidence demonstrated that only Xana and the perpetrator were moving about her bedroom. This statement was meant simply to caution the reader that in this particular instance, an innocuous explanation for diluted blood should be considered in comparison to the diluted of blood discovered in the adjacent living room. I am in complete agreement with Mr. Matt. The potential mechanisms other than blood originating from the mouth and nose of the victim should be considered and never intended to imply otherwise. This is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. I'm sorry, but I feel bad for Sutton. She's definitely good at her job. Sutton. Her report says the appearance of these spatters is consistent with diluted blood. See crop the mouth. No. This spatter originated from the impact to a source exposed blood located in approximately 3 to 7. Okay, this is the one that I want to talk about. 3 to 7 feet, or 3 feet and 7 inches. Matt says this pattern of diluted blood is consistent in color and appearance to the diluted blood seen on the pony, which is the half wall, and adjacent areas. Without source testing, This spatter cannot be assigned as originating from Xana, nor can it be associated with injuries to Xana without DNA source testing. He's basically saying that what's happening out in that living room, on that pony wall, on that half wall, is exactly what it looks like happened over in Xana's room, where this 3 feet 7. But guess what? At the end of the day, they didn't test things correctly. They didn't test at all. They didn't even take some, like, what the fuck? So then Sutton says the pattern of diluted blood, sample 29, may indeed have been created by the same source as the diluted blood seen on the half wall and adjacent areas in the living room. As is stated in my original report, though, the mouth and nose injuries of Xana should also be considered. And this is why he's saying, what? When do you want us to consider that? Because when were the markings in the living room made? Okay? I say the markings. Everything that you see in the living room, was it on the way to Xana's room? Was it on the way leaving Xana's room? Right? Because then that would matter. If it's on the way to Xana's room, then Xana's not even killed yet. You get it? You understand? Bottom line is the crime scene doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because it's been altered. That's what makes sense to me. And you just can't do all of this shit in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't care. Okay? With what we now know, and those people knew, I cannot believe that Gilbertson had the fucking cahoons to seriously say, hey, Blaker, hey, Talbot, and Blaker, come on, we're all going to go down to the house and we're going to time ourselves and we're going to do this thing on November 21st and see if we can get this done in 2 minutes and 30 seconds or whatever the fuck they were doing, from 1 minute and 30 seconds to 3 minutes. That is insanity. Insanity. But what was it all for? It was all for Dylan's story. They would have never done that had Dylan never told the story that she told. And that's how important that it is for Dylan's story. That has to happen that way. Otherwise, we have a huge problem, because basically everything that Dylan and Bethany are texting about and doing, it's with hindsight, it's not possible. Okay? And they would have known this, but they put it in a probable cause. And that's what the much bigger issue is that whole PCA is all lies. All lies. All of it. And they knew it. I mean, they knew it. To bolster Dylan would be dead. Okay? Because guess what this is going to get into right here as we turn these pages? It's going to talk about the fact that there would be if you're going right upstairs, okay, and you're going to walk past a room twice to get there, then leaving, like, you didn't even check to see if to be getting rid of a witness. It doesn't make any sense. That's what he's going to talk about. So okay. So then we get down to here. Oh, I'm sorry, we get here. And this is the Sutton report. And says the appearance of these stains indicates that the blood has been diluted with other liquid altering. Okay. Matt says the proximity, height, and location of this deposit is similar to the deposit at position 29. This is a pattern similar to what was deposited onto the pony half wall. Did I already read this part? But then he says right here, without further testing of sample 29 or area Q, no specific assignment of source or mechanism can be identified. And then she says, my statement that the diluted blood is potentially attributable to the mouth and nose injuries of Xana was not meant to imply a substitute for DNA testing. This statement was meant simply to caution the reader that an innocuous explanation for diluted blood should be considered. I am in complete agreement with Mr. Matt. The potential mechanisms other than blood originating from the mouth and nose of the victim or victims should be considered and never intended to imply otherwise. Because how she sees that she was basically set up by the state is it's making it seem like, well, we don't have to test any of this because of our lovely, crime scene reenactment woman. She basically, that's how she's looking at it, like, well, they should never be, they should test all this stuff and see whose DNA it is, obviously. And she was confused because she thought that they did because they were all numbered wrong, right? But why were they numbered wrong? That's the question. Why were they numbered wrong? Okay. Now, rebuttal Matthew's report. In a report prepared by Matthew, dated January 22nd, 2025, the following results were reported by Matthew, the defense's guy. The following excerpts from the nodal report are included here to provide further interpretation or assessment considerations beyond what was presented in his Nodell report. So the Nodell report, now this is her. Nodell is saying that regarding the findings of secondary transfer in the vehicle or residence of Mr. Kohlberger, basically, there is nothing there. They took everything apart and there's nothing there. And the comprehensive search of Brian Kohlberger's vehicle did not locate any blood or specific evidence in connection with the events that took place at 1122 King Road on December 30th, 2022. So he goes into like what they did. Okay. And basically 51 positions in the apartment for, they tested all this shit, right? He says the amounts of collective blood distributed within the scene supports that an inadvertent secondary transfers of blood would be highly likely, meaning that Brian would have had secondary transfer on him. Okay. And so that because of the crime scene, it's highly likely that there's going to be blood on that boy. Okay. That's all he's saying. And he's saying because of that, then the smudges, smears, and transfers of blood seen on the third floor door, stair rail, and walls, the second floor rails, and in the room of Xana are indicators that an assailant had received blood onto themselves or onto objects they possessed. Secondary transfers of blood are common when a particularly bloody scene is encountered. Because these transfers are known to occur regularly, such secondary transfers of blood are purposefully sought during crime scene processing and evaluation. They are purposely sought out. In the textbook, and he names this, Principles of Blood Stain Pattern Analysis, okay? The author wrote and cites this and says, smudges, wipes, and transfer patterns of victims' blood are frequently produced on and within an assailant's vehicle while leaving the scene. Door handles, steering wheel, gear shift apparatus, console, and floor pedals should be examined carefully for these types of bloodstains. Sutton comments. As Mr. Nodell stated, inserted below, there is evidence that the assailant did have blood on their person and or an object in their possession, and that secondary transfers of blood inside of the residence did occur. Okay. Then she says, to predicate this amount of secondary transfer of blood would be highly likely, as stated in the quotation inserted below, does not agree with the relatively small number and quantity of blood in secondary transfers which were found within the scene. And I'm like, oh my God, like these people are all sick. no shit, there's not a lot of secondary blood smears and transfers, because what the defense is saying is that they've been cleaned up and they weren't looked for. What I mean by that is she's saying that, guess what? This may be a bloody scene, but the amount of transfers, secondary transfers, is so limited that that's indicative that he wouldn't have that much blood on him. Excuse me? What? Wait a second. Hold on. Let me tell you why that's absolute. This is how I would have handled it if there was a trial. It says, even during the activity associated within the assault, when the perpetrator was focused on the assault instead of exercising caution not to create secondary transfers, only a limited amount of blood was transferred outside of the bedrooms. I said, are there secondary transfers with multiple mixture DNA? Multiple mixture DNA, meaning this, from one level. So is Maddie and Ethan's ever mixed? Is Kaylee and Xana's ever mixed? I read your report and I didn't see any times that you noted that Kaylee and one of the members downstairs victims' blood anywhere together. No, it's not. Oh, it's not? You didn't find any? Interesting. That's a problem. Which ones are there only Xana, and where's ones are there only Kaylee, and where's there only Maddie, and where's there only Ethan outside of those rooms? Point them out to me on the map. I want you to map it. Now, based on the state's theory that the killer came in the backsliding, goes upstairs, does that, and comes downstairs, goes in that room, map me that direction and show me how that fits. If you're on the jury, wouldn't you want to see that? While spatter was widely distributed in both bedrooms involved, the amount of spatter in the surrounding areas where a perpetrator would be located as to create a void. If a perpetrator had been covered in blood, it seems a void would be identifiable. I said, well, where are the voids? Let's talk about that sheath. Let's talk about that sheath. What about, where's that void? Oh, we didn't take any pictures of that. Bottom line is that she's basically saying that there should be a lot of voids because of the perpetrator being over somebody, and if there's cast off, it should be going on them, right? Meaning that you're only going to be seeing a little bit of like, because it went over his head, and so therefore it hit the wall over here, and when he's spraying. Okay. And she's just saying that that's why there should be a ton of voids, and there's just not. And it's like, ding, ding, ding. So, that could also be because of a cleanup, right? No, because if I clean and make it look like spatter didn't happen somewhere, then there would be no void because I'm going to take away the top of it so it doesn't look like there's a void. There was no visible footwear transfers associated with any of the possible exits from the scene. Even though it can be established that the perpetrator left the scene, even though it can be established, how? I'm just curious. Even though it can be established the perpetrator left the scene, you're going to say because of the weapon not being found, right? They did so without leaving visible footwear transfer stains. I said, but can you tell what time? Based on is there any physical evidence at the scene that tells you what time the perpetrator left? No. Okay. So we have a scene that has no visible secondary transfer to leave up out of here, exit footwear. Correct. But we have no idea, based on the physical evidence, of what time the person left. Correct? Correct. Okay. So this person could have left in, according to you, what? 20 minutes, 2 hours, 6 hours. Nothing there tells you what time the killer left, or killers, right? Well, they would have to have gone before like 911 was called. Okay, perfect. What is this? So this is lack of large amount of blood staining on the wall at the foot of the bed, and then lack of visible footwear transfers leaving Mogan bedroom, and then lack of large amount of blood staining on the wall, lack of visible footwear transfer leaving, and so she shows that, and then she says, what the fuck is that? She says, okay, the significance of the lack of secondary transfer in a vehicle purportedly used when leaving the scene must take into consideration what is applicable to the particular scene in question. So she's saying one must consider first that there was a limited amount of secondary transfer within the crime scene itself, which is attributable to someone other than these 4 people. It's just it's so limited, though. And that secondly, one must consider how much, if any, wet blood would still be exposed when the secondary contact was made. Exactly. So if somebody just hung out in both of those rooms for a little bit, then what you're saying is that it would be dried, thereby you wouldn't be you wouldn't then have any feet prick going out because of how much time. Do you guys understand that this is what she's saying? But then she says, well, an assailant can easily remove protective clothing and shoe covers or place unstained coverings or stained clothing or shoes before they contact their vehicle or residence. And you want to know what Scott Roeder's going to tell you? Yep, you can, but guess what? Whenever you come into a crime scene, you bring something with you, and whenever you leave a crime scene, you take something with you. Okay? And guess what? He said, you know what's even more indicative of not having something in your car? Is you're going to be able to show that there was actually a cleanup, which is like using like bleach or something like that, if you're trying to like super clean, right? Kind of like what Eric Gower's car looked like the other night. Yeah. So she's saying that the reason that there was limited amount of secondary transfers in the crime scene is because there was she's basically trying to say that the guy had hardly any blood on him. Or you have to consider how much, if any, wet blood would still be exposed when the secondary contact was made. And then she's basically saying that this person could add clothing on, or then like remove, put different like basically booties on, whatever. Cleaning or wiping off excess blood before making contact with secondary surfaces is also possible. Exactly. So you have her saying all of this stuff, and then you have to just ask one question, which is, but this couldn't all be done in 2 minutes, right? This could not all be done in 3 minutes, right? Heck, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, right? Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, I would, that's the point, is that when you want to take an expert down a path where she thinks she's covering her bases with something, and then it's walking you right into, we got you now. Okay. I agree. Somebody totally went through some loops and hoops and to try to get away with this, right? And that takes time, doesn't it? And then yeah, she's going to say yes. And so you're going to agree that this could not have been done in X amount of time, right? Live. So you trap them. And I think that this is like that's the ultimate trap there. So, regardless, secondary footwear transfers, there are no visible footwear transfers associated with any of the possible exits from the scene. Even though it can be established that the perpetrator left the scene, they did so without leaving a visible footwear transfer stains. Even if secondary transfers are in fact created, there is also the possibility that the vehicle or residence has been cleaned before a documented search of the vehicle occurred. Yes, yes. But guess what? There's going to be what Scott Roeder told me, and I tend to like this logic, which is, Lana, you can go ahead and clean it. Go ahead, use all those chemicals. Guess what it's going to present, though? The sign of a cleanup. The sign that you used all that shit. And nowhere in Van Leuven's report about Eric Gower, that piece of shit Van Leuven, nowhere in his report does he ever write that Eric Gower steam cleaned the shit out of his car. Don't you think that would be a pretty big thing to put in your written report? That the guy between the time of, I mean, why wouldn't Blaker look in his car on the 18th? Or I'm sorry, not the 18th. That's when he was with Van Leuven. Why wouldn't Blaker look in his car on the 15th? 14th, whatever day it was, that was the next day. Well, because you CI, motherfucker. I know you is. We're going to talk all about you this coming week, Eric. I'm going to reach out to you. I want an interview. Tell me that I'm wrong. And I will apologize. But my opinion is that you have been coughing over information to Moscow Police Department for a long time. And that's perfectly fine. Now, she says, I certainly agree with Mr. Noto's statement, inserted below, that the vehicle and residence of any suspect should be examined for blood or other evidence that might have been transferred from the crime scene. See, of any suspect. So basically what they're saying is they only did this with Brian. Of any suspect. Anybody that was a suspect, your ass would have been checking out their car and getting up in that shit immediately. Immediately. Eric? He literally, when we're not just talking about, he went to vacuum it at some like $1.25 for 3 minutes. That boy got that shit detailed. Secondary transfers of blood are common when a particularly bloody scene is encountered. Because these transfers are known to occur regularly, such secondary transfers of blood are purposefully sought during crime scene processing and evaluation, and that's what they didn't do that. The significance of the resultant findings when examining secondary surfaces such as the vehicle or residence of an accused must be interpreted considering all available information as stated in the textbook. So blah blah. Then now Matt says, let's talk about describes the renumbering of samples. The initial bloodstains are cataloged by Detective Talbot, were identified in a scene image with white cardboard numbered cards. Many of these areas were sampled onto swabs. Detective Talbot identified swab blood samples as seen placards number 23 through number 49. These swabs were then turned over to Detective Brett Payne, who renumbered the swabs as items 17 through 43. I just want to know why. Does anybody want why? Dude, he is a 2-year, never freaking had a case ever in his life. And I'm going to just mess with the Idaho State Police catalog. The evidence. Who am I? Who am I to do that? You guys, why would anybody do that? So much so that your own expert, when you guys go and get this broad, she has no idea about it. She has no idea about it. Y'all paid her like tens and thousands of dollars, probably $100,000, if not more. Who would ever do this? This man doesn't know what he's doing. I'm just going to write these different numbers down. I mean, do you know how important the numbering of the crime scene swabs is? And this man just fucking changes the numbers of the swab. Like, what? Why? Then on November 17th, 2022, Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory, guess what? Their personnel were asked to help process the scene and test the previously labeled areas with a presumptive blood test. Why? Wouldn't you think that that's blood? Do you even have to do that? Anyways, sure. Go ahead. They did it. And they identified these locations with new yellow numbered stickers. And they applied them to those areas. They were matching Talbot's place card numbers. The individual area or areas tested by the ISPFS laboratory had already been altered from the initial swab collection. I mean, what the fuck are these people doing? The ISPFS laboratory personnel located additional stains and groups of patterns, each of which were identified with yellow alphabet stickers. So that's what remember we were talking about it the other night? I'm like, look at these nasty letters. They look horrible. You can't even tell what they are. Samples that were ultimately tested in the forensic laboratory received new laboratory numbers, and the notes associated with the new laboratory numbers reference Detective Payne re-numbering system. Assuming Detective Payne kept the same sequence of blood swab samples as Detective Talbot, one must add 6 from the Payne item number to get to the Talbot on-scene play card number. I.e., Payne item number 17 is Talbot scene 23. What a bunch of dipshits. I mean, complete fucking idiots. Complete, absolute dog shit. We don't even know where these swabs are from, man. This is why you do not have a bunch of people working the crime scene. I at least give it up for Indiana. At least the one thing that woman like really kind of, it made sense with me. She's like, only one person did every single lab report in the lab. There wasn't 39 people, none of that. And it was so that it wasn't contaminated. And it was for like, this is how we did everything. This is how I did everything. That's what it's going to take a little bit longer, right? Mm-hmm. Sure is. But the way that these trials that we see happen, it ain't going to take me. We're going to be ready to go for trial. We're going to be like so ready to go for trial, but you're not using what's coming back in these lab reports anyway. I mean, you're just arresting people on fake probable cause. So what the fuck do you need the results for? Don't worry, you'll get them. And we don't have to rush anything. I don't need 50 fucking lab rats in my fucking lab. Get out of here. And yeah. So that was one thing that resonated with me. The more people that are involved, I'd be like, wait, what did I ask you to do, Sue? And wait, which report are you working on? And who's doing this? And what's going on? And then nobody knows what's like, okay, great. This is what came back for me. But I have that means nobody knows. Well, what did you get back on yours? Like, we're trying to like work all together, and I have talk about a group project for college or high school with 40 people to do a group project with. Who wants to do that? Nobody. And this is the results, and it's shit. And it needs to change. That's what I look at. Like, this is a group project in college, and you know, like I flipped out when there was like 3 people. I'm like, God, like I'll just do it. Okay, I'll put your name on it. I'll fucking do it, and I'm not meeting up with you people. I'm good. I don't like, geez. Good. I'll just do it and put your name on it. Thanks. So yeah. Then we get to where we at here. So great. So I SPFS laboratory notes. Seen him. Okay, great. Boom. Seen images and description support by the sequence used by Detective Talbot was maintained in the pain numbering. I mean, that's just all we're discussing right now. But Sutton comments, well, specifically referring to the following experts from Matt's report here. One was add 6 from the pain item number to get to the Talbot on-scene plate. ISPFS personnel use yellow stickers, but their numbers match the original numbers that Detective Talbot had used. Yeah. He already said that. He said that. She's like, as a result, if Payne prelogged a sample into ISPFS system as sample 48, it would actually be represented by sample 42 as depicted in the scene images taken by ISPFS personnel. The ISP, so then they're arguing with is, wait, are we adding 6? Or are we subtracting 6? She's basically then saying that, wait, your math doesn't even work right because I think we need to subtract 6. And I'm over here like, dude, fail all of these people. Fire every single person. This is, wouldn't Talbot be like, dude, what did you do? Like, catch it like that? Like, why are you renumbering? What the fuck are you doing? This is crazy to me. Like, we would have gotten like bad grades on our papers, right? Here, we're trying to catch murderers, right? And I just thought you had to be smart, man. I really thought you had to be intelligent to be working at laboratories. And, you know, you think of like the CSI people. No, just so we're clear. No, anybody just go out there. You'll be fine. Trust me. You can do it. You can do it. Put your back into it. Well, the one thing is right. Steve G called it. He said, this is going to embarrass people. People are going to be embarrassed. Yeah. This is embarrassing, you guys. Moscow, embarrassed. Idaho State Police, embarrassed. This is all going to embarrass you. That's what he's referring to. And look at it. It's pretty embarrassing. This is not a theory. This is not a theory, guys. Brett Payne relabeled. Yep, this is not a theory. I'm embarrassed for that entire town. Sometimes you guys just gotta laugh about it, you know? Anyways, she's like, I was not initially aware of the situation with this scene, these cards versus the numbers depicted in that. So that's all I know. I just was never aware of this. And this is just crazy. Now, this is where we get into the crazy part, like the real crazy part, which is rebuttal to report issued by Dr. Brent Turvey, issued on January 22nd, 2025. He was prepared and ready to testify to the following, which is, first of all, he's flat out saying that the lack of blood detected in Kohlberg's vehicle, that the failure to be absolutely clear and forthcoming about this evident fact would be evidence of bias. Boom. Those were very, very important words. There was bias here. there was bias here. Oops. Sorry. There was lots of bias here. What the hell? Get back here. Land of D's get degrees and they get jobs. This was biased. This is completely biased. And it's not her. Okay. This was in the what he's basically getting at is that Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, okay, the FBI, the failure to absolutely be clear and forthcoming about the evident fact would be evidence biased. Again, despite an extensive and exhaustive forensic examination of the defendant's vehicle for bloody clothes, blood transfer, and other evidence related to these crimes, down to the metal, none was found. This has essentially excluded, it says essentially excluded the defendant's vehicle as being related to the commission of these crimes. And I think how I would have actually worded that is way better, because you would want to go in and being really specific here is about the time. Okay. The time. And maybe there's a part that's up above that actually talks about that, because it's when you put also, you're saying that this had to have happened in this amount of time, 3 minutes. There is no time that he would have then transferred because he wasn't able to take off his clothes and be naked or whatever there's no time for that. There's no time for these booties and wiping himself off and the knife and blah, blah, blah. There's just no time. And so that needs to go in it. And I think when you mix that with it, then yeah, it's evident that that vehicle wasn't used in this commission. It's not a secondary crime scene. But Sutton says the failure to detect blood in the defendant's vehicle does not exclude the vehicle from being related to the commission of these crimes. For reasons previously discussed at Matt's rebuttal, there can be a myriad of reasons blood was not transferred to or detected in the defendant's vehicle. She's like a myriad. I could just see a couple reasons. These findings need to be understood in the context of all available information. I said, what? Like, what about fibers? How about that? Anybody test any fibers? Like, lack of exit, secondary footprints means time, Sutton. Okay. Lack of exit for secondary footprints means time. So you need time. And that's how I would argue that. And so your myriad of ways to explain that take time. These things take time, Idaho State Police. Now, Turvey comments on the lack of blood at the sliding door at floor 2. Okay. He says, this is the defendant guy. He's they have 2 specialists here, experts, Turvey and Matt. And he says, on the second floor, there is a sliding glass door which was found to be opened by law enforcement. It has been inferred that this is the location where the suspect or suspects may have entered or at least exited. There is no physical evidence to support this, as, again, there would need to be the requisite bloody transfer. If an intruder left the house through this door, having left it open upon entry, there would need to be bloody footwear patterns on the floors from bloody shoes or feet, both leading up to and out of that sliding glass door. Like, not just inside, but outside. This is what the defense is saying. This is what their expert is saying. Okay. And I think that they're saying this because the state has never once claimed that Brian Kober or whoever would have done this crime, right? That this was in and out, was done in 1:30 to 3 minutes. There was nobody making sure that there was no transfer. There was nobody changing. There was none of that. So, with that being told to an expert, it makes perfect sense why he's saying this, because there's no time. You would have had to have gotten blood on something, whether it's your socks, whether it's your shoes, because you had those on, unless you were to completely, change. And Scott Roeder brought that up. But that takes time. In this, the gravity droplets, there's no crazy tails to them. And so therefore, like, this is somebody that's moving very slowly. There's no signs of somebody like frantically running around. That's not what the evidence shows. So Sutton says, if the sliding glass door was in an open position when the intruder entered, or if it was left in an open position after the intruder entered the residence, there would be no need for the intruder to touch the door when exiting. Okay. And I'm over here like, oh, I can't wait to answer this one. Therefore, there would be no need for the intruder or any bloodstains on the intruder's person or in their possession to make contact with the sliding glass door. I said, measure the door. That slit was tiny and they moved it open. No, what guy is getting through there at 6 foot? Even when you get skinny, they call it, and you got to walk out sideways. Are these people kidding me? But here Sutton's like, the door was open, so there's no girl. You just talked about that there was a narrow path between the cart and the freaking beer pong table. What do you think that is? That slit is like unbelievable. Nothing was transferred. Nothing, not a smudge, nowhere. And it's because that door was open. Okay, so there's no smudges, there's no transfer, and there's no footprints. Okay, so again, wild. I said measure the door. They didn't do it though. Could one get through that small crack and not smudge the door? Do you know what the state's theory is, Sutton? 2 to 3 minutes this has to happen. And that's getting into your car and leaving. Okay? That's getting into your car and leaving. Yeah, right. That's why I'm telling you, Dylan is on crack cocaine. Okay? This could have happened when Dylan first, whatever she wants to say, went to bed at 2:20. Okay? Sure. And then when she's waking up at 4 to what she thinks is whatever she thinks, sure. But this would have happened at like 2:30. And then the person would have then left at 4:30, sure. Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like to me. And that's somebody just standing there. And it almost looks like somebody's standing there in shock. And so it could be somebody that's going around and look like, I find it hard to believe that Xana, or not Xana, but that Dylan and Bethany didn't go searching the house. That's what, grab your golf clubs and you go. By the way, that golf club set is, I'm a golfer. You have 15 clubs in your bag. Now people do put sets together that are for females, and they'll sometimes just use like the 5 iron, the 7, the 9, a putter, a driver, 3-wood. But I swear I thought Ethan's mom said that they had a really nice set of golf clubs of theirs. And a real nice set of golf clubs would be an entire nice, not a put together one for Xana to play. So I don't know. I want to look more of those pictures. Are there golf clubs in the back of the Jeep or the Explorer? Anyways, the extent, she's saying, then she says that the assailant could have removed bloody gloves or removed blood stains before leaving. And I'm like, exactly, they could have. And that's what they did. And that takes time. And I think that's where this Sutton woman, if Ann Taylor was a good litigator, I can tell you what, if this was Diane would have crushed it. And Taylor, I'm starting to doubt your abilities in a trial. Because you would have had Sutton just saying yes to everything because she's like, the extent of secondary transfer inside the crime scene by someone other than the decedents is minimal. I said, the extent of secondary transfer, she's like basically making this is a fact. And I said, yeah, well, but where is the minimal stuff though? Where is it located? And whose DNA is on that minimal stuff that's on the transfer? Okay, the extent of secondary transfer inside the crime scene, guess what? It is. It's minimal. It's minimal. But where is it located? And why is it minimal? Well, because you got to go back up to here to it took time to make it minimal. And did they truly check? I mean, there are 3 possible exits, she says, from the crime scene, and there are no visible footwear transfer stains or secondary transfer stains at any of the exits. It can be established that the perpetrator had to have used one of the available exits to leave the crime scene. But no, secondary footwear transfer stains or secondary transfer stains were created. This seems to negate Dr. Turvey's conclusion that lack of secondary transfer stains would preclude the sliding glass door being the avenue of exit. And I'm saying, what area was tested of the exit points? When and how? Because ready for me to talk and blow up. Dude, the exit point of downstairs, the front door, that wasn't tested. What do you mean? That was trampled all over. And then they just come up, Blaker and his boys come up after they get their search warrant. And then they just start plopping. They set it up as that's where they did the staging. They set up everything inside right there in the front, walking in the front door. And so I'm just like, we don't know about anything with the front door because they didn't test anything with the front door. Show me where they tested the front door, and guess what? It'd be after they trampled the shit out of it. Dr. Turvey indicates that Kaylee and Maddie were posed. And this is just a bombshell. Like, holy shit. It is in black and white. Okay? I worked way too hard in my career for me to go out there in a high profile case, okay? If I was an expert, there is no way I'm going out in a high profile case and going to be writing this shit and taking my career and torching it. Just not doing it. No one's doing that. So for him to say, this guy, Dr. Turvey, indicates that Kaylee and Mogan were posed. I'm like, oh my gosh, what? You guys, this is what they claimed in the Delphi case. Okay? Richard Allen's case. And I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And I'm like, okay, well, Dr. Turvey for Brian's team says the evidence suggests that after both victims were killed or unresponsive, they were posed in their shared bed. Kaylee was moved from a position with her head on her pillow to partially atop of Madison. Then the comforter was placed over them both. And I believe that part of it. I believe that part of it because how is there no stab? Where's any, let me see the comforter. And is there any stabbings, like cutting of the comforter to go through it? He also said, so he's saying that then the comforter was placed over them both. Now, Sutton claims posing is a possibility. Oh my goodness. Then Sutton for the state says posing is a possibility, but not a determination that can be made to the exclusion of other explanations for their positioning. And that's when it's just like, oh my God. You have the state's own expert telling you that, yeah. Do you understand in the Delphi case that there was nobody that was testifying saying, yep, that's a possibility? No. No, it didn't happen. It didn't happen in the Delphi case. Here in this case, wow, they have Sutton saying posing is a possibility, but not a determination that can be made to the exclusion. So she's just saying you can't exclude other things. Like that's a possibility as well as other things could be a possibility, okay? And the question would be is then, well, then why in your report did you not mention that they could have been posed? And that's when you snap their ass. I mean, wouldn't that be showing bias if you didn't write that? Because probably Ashley Jennings would not be having you up here, right? So think about it. If that's a possibility, then why wasn't it put in your report? Because that's not the state's theory, is it? And you were provided the probable cause, weren't you? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sure was. Okay, so then Dr. Turvey states, quoted below, posing requires an intentional act. He says, this refers to intentionally arranging the scene for effect. In the present case, the bodies of Kaylee and Madison were posed together after the lethal attacks suffered by both, and then they were covered together with a comforter. Kaylee was moved from a position with her head on her pillow to partially atop of Madison. There are discrete transfers on the pillow consistent with contact being made by Gonsalves's bloody head, but these discrete transfers could be the result of several mechanisms. And look at now what she says. So she's like, purposeful movement before she was rendered unresponsive, that like she did it. Movement of her head caused by blows or in response to blows by the assailant. Movement during the struggle, or guess what now? Intentionally or inadvertently moved by the assailant. As for the comforter being placed over them, the spatter on the bottom sheet was limited to approximately chest level. With a limited distribution of spatter on the bottom sheet, it is difficult to determine with certainty that the comforter has been moved. So, is it a possibility? Mm-hmm. And I just think for me, I would be looking at the if there's any tearing in any of the bedding. Like nobody talks about that, but now Dr. Turvey makes several statements regarding the extent of blood that would be on the perpetrator, the extensive and close-up nature of the attacks. So he's saying that these are close-up attacks on Kaylee and Madison, along with the blood spatter evident in the room and the moving of Kaylee's body, are evidence that the suspects, plural, that the suspects' upper bodies, face, hair, hands, arms, and chest area would have been covered in blood. All available physical and blood evidence suggests that these were the first victims, he says, that they were specifically sought out on the third floor, just like Mr. Gonsalves has said. They were sought out. And that the suspects then moved downstairs to the second floor, where at least one of the suspects was observed by Xana Kernodle. This would have been covered in blood. That doesn't make sense, but the extensive and close-up nature of the attacks on Xana and Ethan, along with the blood spatter and blood smears evident in that room, are evidence that the suspect's entire bodies, face, hair, hands, arms, chest area, legs, and feet, footwear, would have been covered in blood. Now, she has an issue. Now, this is her take on it. She says, Sutton's comments. She says, now the term covered in blood is not scientifically helpful. And I agree. I'm like, why would he say, I mean, he could have used better words, I guess. There is certainly evidence, she says, that the assailant in this case had some degree of bloodstains on the person or object or objects. Look at her. She can't even rule it out. That it's multiple objects in their possession, and that secondary blood transfers resulted by subsequent movement through the scene. She says that the number and quantity of bloodstains that were secondarily transferred in this scene was relatively small. Even during the violent attack activity associated with an assault, only a small number and quantity of blood was transferred outside of the bedrooms. And I'm like, yeah. And guess what she can say? Well, was she provided any of the pictures that show any, like, hey, that we tested all of this stuff and that this is there or this isn't there? You know, meaning like, what about the footprint? What about the latent print by Dylan's bedroom? While spatter was widely distributed in both bedrooms, the amount of spatter in the surrounding areas where a perpetrator would be located as to create a void, ready this void, if a perpetrator had been covered in blood, it seems a void would be identifiable. And she's saying that she can't find these voids. And I'm over here saying, I think it's because they're removing of the entire part of it. Like, you'd have to, like I think this would have taken time. But normally they'd be able to tell, like, I don't see them talking about the number of strikes and blows and stuff like that to be able to say, like, this has, I know that they did it in the Joe, in the case with Vargas. That was a big thing that we were talking about with the old man that was beat to death. So sad. Mr. Culp. But they're not even talking about that. So Sutton's saying that Dr. Turvey himself points out that there is a lack of bloody footwear print patterns at the scene in general. Well, precautionary action is that in this case include the execution of living witnesses. That's what, like, this is a precautionary act that you need to get rid of the living witnesses. So the precautionary acts in this case include the execution of living witnesses, the cleanup of bloody hands, feet. This is what Turvey is saying. And I think he's going to even say what I've been saying, which is you're going to take out all living witnesses. Okay. And that's why it's like nobody was in Dylan's room, otherwise she'd be dead. That's what I believe he believes. So there's precautionary acts, which means the precautionary acts in this case include the execution of living witnesses, the cleanup of bloody hands, feet, footwear, and clothing before leaving, and the disposal of said clothing along with the weapons used. Direct evidence of this cleanup can be found in at least some of the diluted or dilute blood transfer. Imagine that, he's saying. That's what I see, which was located in different areas of the home. Indirect evidence includes the absence of bloody transfer from feet and hands, despite the movement of suspects within the home, the necessary opening of doors, and the absence of bloody footwear patterns at the scene in general. All of this would have required an extensive amount of time at the scene to clean, perhaps hours. This is why I love trials. Do you understand that now no YouTuber, okay? Hey, Gray Hughes, talking about you, can say shit about that crime scene. This is an expert, not one, but two, that we're going to swear under oath to everything in these reports. And so no one's deranged over here. I love trials because the truth, cross-examination is where the truth lies. Cross-examination. Who was going to be able to come out on top once they are cross-examined? In the Turtle Boy case, the cross-examination that's going to go on in that case, if it even goes to trial, is going to be grab your fucking popcorn, grab it. The truth comes out in cross-examination. And what I see here is Sutton saying left and right, yes, that everything that you're saying is possible and it cannot be excluded. Okay? And when you're going to sit there and tell the jury that, guess what? There are no footprints leaving out of this place. And you're going to show them photos of what happened in Xana's bedroom. Get the fuck out of here. That is common sense that that person would have had blood all over their feet, whether they have tennis shoes on, whether they have booties on, whether they have nothing on their feet. It's going to be bloody. Hey, hold on one second. What's up? Okay. At the stage. There we go. Okay, so here we are. So yeah, these are experts saying this, and there should have been a trial. The family should have had a trial. And then who is going to be able to withstand the cross-examination? And an extensive amount of time of the scene to clean up, perhaps hours, which is inconsistent with the state's theory that these crimes were committed within a time interval less than 15 to 20 minutes subsequent to 4 a.m. Okay? Well, guess what? When did they make it that it could be 15 to 20 minutes? Gilbertson says it's in 3. Laughable. Absolutely laughable. Disgusting. These awesome college students were not murdered in 3 minutes. Okay? They were not. And Xana's bedroom is indicative of what her dad and Steve Gonsalves said, which was that there was a war in that room. Xana fought for her life in that room. And then I want to know, how could only one person be in that room and Xana not be able to get away that if one person's attacking Ethan and there's only one person? How was Xana not able to get away? You would have had to have injured Xana in like her legs of some sort so that she couldn't like run or something. You know what I mean? But then again, maybe Xana stuck around and she tried to get the assailant off of Ethan. Okay. So Now, Dr. Turvey refers to indicators of more than one assailant. He says it is not reasonable to think that Ethan would have remained in his bed after waking up or being awake while Xana was being attacked in front of him. This evidence and context begin to suggest the existence of a second attacker. This issue will be addressed in a later section of this report. I agree with this. Especially if Ethan's on the inside of the bed. When I found out that Ethan, you're going to be able to ask this question because I think it would be very important. Is Ethan, does he sleep on the inside and she sleeps on the outside always? Okay. So if they're laying there, in the bed, or if she's even like already out of the bed, I think Ethan takes Adderall. People are prescribed it all the time for ADD. That makes it so that if you ever try to drink on Adderall, you're going to have to drink a lot more to be able to even feel like a buzz. And so if he had Adderall, you don't sleep. That's hard to go to sleep on Adderall. Okay. So I think he had Adderall in his system. So them saying that Ethan was sleeping, I don't even, that's interesting to me. Adderall makes me sleep, says, well, just a wild one, girl. It's an amphetamine. It speeds you up. Now, he says that number of suspects, at least 2 suspects were involved in this attack. This is indicated by the fact that multiple weapons were used against Kaylee, that multiple types of lethal force were used against Kaylee, and that Ethan and Xana appear to have been attacked at the same time. This is inconsistent with the state's theory that these crimes were committed solely by one individual. And I'm over here like, dude, I want everybody involved. So great. Who else did this with Brian? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Sutton's comments are, there is evidence that Ethan and Xana were in close proximity to each other at some point after the assault began, as evidenced by the finding of Xana's blood and DNA under the fingernails of Ethan's right hand. Remember I asked you about his hands? Remember I said that earlier? Blood and DNA under the fingernails of Ethan's right hand, and the findings of Chapin's blood and DNA under the fingernails of both of Xana's hands. So it makes way more sense for me, right? That tells me that Xana tried to help Ethan, not run. One assailant could contain 2 people in close proximity to each other, especially if the assailant is armed. Well, guess what? Yep. Guess what? I would agree with you. Sure. But it's going to take time. You know what I mean? This is not going to be quick, and this didn't happen in 2 or 3 minutes, right? Because it even makes it more sloppy, in my opinion. Less transfer stains would, in my opinion, would show that. Also, who's to say like somebody isn't like holding somebody down? You know, like that's always such an advantage when you get ganged up on. and someone's holding somebody and that person's getting punched. A single perpetrator can certainly use more than one weapon and can use multiple types of lethal force. Yep. But do you notice how she doesn't say the wounds show and say that there was only one weapon? You see how she can't say that? That tells me so much craziness that she can't even write that. That she knows that there was more than just the one weapon. And that to me is wild. Survey indicated that an excessive amount of time would be required for a perpetrator to clean up after the assault. 1. Planning. Whatever planning may have taken place with respect to this crime, it resulted in an excessive number of victims with an excessive or an excess of bloody transfer and bloody clothing on the part of the suspects. This took additional time to both effect and clean up before they could leave. Precautionary acts. The precautionary acts in this case include the execution of living witnesses, the cleanup of bloody hands, feet, we talked about that, and the disposal of said clothing, along with the weapons used. Direct evidence of this cleanup can be found in at least some of the dilute blood transfer, which was located in different areas of the home. Indirect evidence includes the absence. This is what he's saying is indirect evidence includes the absence of bloody transfer from feet and hands, despite the movement of the suspects within the homes. I think he meant to say home, but the necessary opening of doors and the absence of bloody footwear patterns at the scene in general. All of this would have required an extensive amount of time at the scene to clean, perhaps hours, which is inconsistent with the state's theory that these crimes were committed within a time interval less than 15 to 20 minutes. Sutton comments, washing or wiping hands takes little time, especially if preparations for cleaning are made beforehand. Washing or wiping hands? Who needs to wash or wipe hands? But you do if you take your gloves off, because then your hands are bloody, right? Unless you have the blue gloves, right? Those blue gloves that go on, and then maybe you put your gloves on over top. But guess what? For her to just say like that this is about washing one's hands, she's ignoring the fact of any of the footprints. This is crazy. And she's just, her simple sentence is this: removal of protective clothing and shoe coverings takes seconds. Wow. And then, but guess what? Those would also fling off. Like if you were to take that stuff off, right? Take them off and put them where? What about walking from the room with just, even if like, if there was pants that you had and they had blood on them, or, okay, great. She thinks that you wore booties. The booties would still make by the door. It would be, you would still smear when you're walking across, the blood droplets. What about the knife? Where would you put all these weapons that you have as one person? You'd have to go in there with what? I have a bag. When I'm done, I'm going to put everything back in my bag, my bloody bag. I'm going to have a big old Kroger bag, plastic bag that I just, like a dog when you take them out so that you can put all the shit in it when they take shit when you walk them, right? I'm going to just bring my little plastic baggies. I'm just going to put on socks of the victims, right? Walk out of there with socks on. So basically, then Scott Roeder makes a really good point when then you don't you're not killing Dylan or whatever because you saw her, she saw you supposedly, but he was over there like, well, if the plan was if he had already changed and he's in what he's in, he can't. We'll see. Now, again, what just seems more reasonable? Now, Turby reports that the knife sheath was staged for the following reasons. Woo! Oh, shit. Here it is. Let's see. Very good. Here, keep that open. Okay. Okay, so Turby reports that the knife sheath was staged for the following reasons. D, staging. Crime scene staging refers to an attempt to confuse or misdirect a law enforcement investigation by altering, fabricating, or planting evidence in relation to a crime scene. In the present case, a K-bar knife sheath was discovered in the crime scene by law enforcement. Evidence of staging with respect to this item of evidence is as follows. Turvey says, number one, the sheath was found, precariously placed just slightly under the body of Madison and partially covered by the comforter that was placed atop the midsection of her body by the suspects. It could not have fallen accidentally into this location. Oh. Wow. I think the comforter is the biggest thing about that because if you went and got a comforter and you placed it over, wouldn't you have seen the sheath then? Sutton's comments are, again, she only takes that part out of it. There's more. The sheath could have become trapped under Madison Mogen's body when she moved her left leg out of the bed. And then this goes, now all you'd have to do is talk about what I talked about in the beginning of this whole episode, which was when you guys drink, what do? Well, I was always told that you take one of your feet and you place it on the ground and you put one of your feet on the ground and it stops you from having the spins. So interesting with that. If she were hurriedly moving her left leg, she would not have taken time to move the comforter. What we're talking about? I thought she was sleeping. In which case, the sheath would be trapped between the comforter and the bed. What? Now we're just changing everything. I'm super confused here. if she were hurriedly moving her left leg, she would not have taken time to move the comforter. What? In which case the sheath would be trapped between the comforter and the bed. Okay, well, I want to see that. Now, it would be reasonable for the sheath to be in this location because the evidence indicates that Kaylee and Maddie were the first to be killed. Yeah, where there was the least struggle. I think it would be more, it would seem like it'd be more of in the other room, but Dr. Turvey also concluded that Kaylee and Maddie were the first to be killed. Yeah. He said the sheath could have been covered by the comforter during the assault when and if the comforter was moved by someone other than the descendants or even when someone was searching for the sheath. There is no physical evidence to determine which scenario is more likely. A second reason Dr. Turvey feels that the sheath was staged. Number 2, the sheath was new and unused, as indicated by the absence of damage or wear to the leather. Oh my God. Ooh, boy. Sutton's comments. Unsure why this proves that staging occurred. It could just as easily mean that the knife was subjected to only light use in the past or that it was purchased for this purpose. Yep, and guess when, though? That's going to hurt the WSU lawsuit. Because if it was purchased for this purpose, that would have been prior to being accepted to WSU. So he had planned to kill before coming to WSU. But then again, can you then use that to say you should have caught that? I don't know. A third reason Dr. Turvey feels that the sheath was staged. The sheath was face down and had received only a few areas of minute. Yes, that's what I said to you guys. I said, do we think that the sheath like fell out at the beginning, the middle, or the end, right? He's saying what I'm saying, and he's saying it's the end. And it was only subject to a minute of, so he's saying right here, the sheath was face down and had received only a few areas of minute blood spatter. Impact or aspirated. So it was either impact or aspirated while resting atop a sheet with significant impact spatter all around. Remember, that's what I'm saying, is that this would have had multiple ways of the spatter going, both horizontal, vertical. The inconsistency of blood spatter dispersion on the density indicate transfers occurring or at different times, under different conditions, with different levels of intensity. Oh my goodness. He says it's minute. Oh, minute. I was like, minute. It's in the minute section. You guys, I swear, I'm drinking water. Just so if we haven't noticed that, I have not read these pages yet. Otherwise, they would be marked up. All of this right here. Since we got to Turvey, there you go. But let's just pretend I'm drinking. Cheers. Do we have any sake here? Is it snowing yet? What the hell, man? Did you hear about today? They told people in Ohio that we are not plowing and that we are low on salt. And guess what? Nobody needs to leave because we're not going to plow streets. So we're telling you that right now. Woo! Fuck it. Tomato, minute, minute. I mean, how do you spell minute?
Like minute, but it's minute.
I know, but so I can read that, right? I can normally read. Like this minute. God, I think that's hilarious. You see, you just gotta laugh at yourself. Let me read that one more time like that. Oh, shit. Cheers. It's hot sake. Minute. I'll be there in a minute. You know, when people write waste, W-A-I-S-T, God, you're such a waste. They're like, what? The sheath was face down and had received only a few areas of minute blood spatter or minute while resting atop a sheet with significant impact spatter all around it. The inconsistency of blood spatter dispersion and density indicate transfers occurring at different times under different conditions with different levels of intensity. Damn. Sutton comments, well, the difference in the amount of spatter on the sheath versus the amount on the fitted sheet or even the comforter simply proves that the sheath came to rest in this location where it was discovered at a different time during the spatter producing evidence or events. It does not prove that it was staged in this location. You guys remember I was saying that you need to have we need to talk about the fact that well, what pictures are you using? You know, what she's using these pictures and it's like, well, how many you're using pictures from the lab? You need oh, thanks, Bob. Get it? Yeah. Well, the difference again, she says the difference in the amount. Okay. It does not prove that it was staged in this location. So she also says that the sheath could have been at another location when it was spattered. Have your pets. Just kidding. So she's saying that the sheath could have been at another location when it was. Yes, because that goes with what I'm saying, is that it is not creating a void. So the sheath could have been at another location when it was spattered and then moved here at a later time. By who? For what purpose? When? How? What? If the perpetrator moved the comforter as Dr. Turvey believes, the sheath could have been moved to this location when the comforter was moved. What? This could account for a different amount of spatter on the exposed surface of the sheath and the exposed surface of the bed sheet. Oh my God. I mean, whose stuff sounds more realistic? I don't know. I just, if you were to move the comforter, you would have seen. Where was the comforter at? You know, did you pick it up off the ground and you're like, I'm going to put it on? That's interesting. A fourth reason. Oh, we got to go for a fourth reason Dr. Turvey feels that the sheath was staged. The sheath was placed at that location without receiving bloody transfer from the hands or fingers of the suspect that did it. This means it was done after the attacks, but also after the suspect had washed their hands, subsequent to leaning up efforts and the scene. What? To lean up efforts? Like what? It is true that there are no bloody transfers visible on the knife sheath. Yeah, but the significance of this finding does not support that the placement of the sheath was staged. It could have gotten in this location without having been touched by a perpetrator or even. What are you talking about? I am so confused. When do we? So this person just went into this room with the sheath in their hand because the knife was in the sheath, and then took the knife out of the sheath. Who the fuck would do that? How does a knife sheath come off of your belt loop? These people can't type for shit. Yeah, just a lean up efforts. Clean up efforts. I bet you Sutton's like, God damn it, why did I ever fucking agree to take this case? Everybody would know that if you're going to put a knife sheath, I mean, if you're going to, why wouldn't it be on your loop? Why wouldn't it be on your belt? Catherine, what's up, girl? Welcome. Show our gal Lana some love. Hit that like, oh yeah, hit that like, spit all over it. Hit the thumbs down, hit the thumbs up. I don't give a shit. Just don't be a fence rider. Joanne, what's good, girl? Allie Telly spraying 5 more people. Oh, green bananas. Green bananas. Make sure you let those people know when they turn you green. 1975. Thank you so much. Is it Aunt J? Is that what it? Kel Bella. Nice. 69. Allie Tally says, examine carefully. What a concept. Wish they'd try that during the so-called investigation. I don't know what they were doing, man. Beautifully Broken Woman says, 16 months of my best times right here. I know, Allie Tally. I don't even know, like, I mean, this is why extras are supposed to get paid the big bucks. This is why, I mean, I think when you're making 40 to 50 to 60 bucks an hour when you're working for the department, you should, yeah. So no one's car can be excluded from being related to the commission of these crimes. No blood on the backs of doors. Doors open. DB knows. I don't even know. I don't even know that answer. Lana, please continue to find the truth to this case. I believe if anyone can crack this case with the truth, we're going to try, man, but they wanted to slow trip us over here. There's a lot of information in this case. You know, they interviewed a lot of people and they didn't ask any pertinent questions. None. You're not going to ask a DoorDash driver who drives all these people around, or not a DoorDash driver, but what the hell was he doing? Uber driver. Hey, so who doesn't like this group of kids? You drive all these people around. What is the rumor mill telling you? Crazy. Sally, thank you so much, Lana. Another amazing live. Thank you for sharing all the info. Yeah, no, this is meant to be shared far and wide. As Bill Thompson said, spread it all around. Moon, what's up? 5 memberships. Janet, I need to understand why you would take a sheath in. I need to understand why it wouldn't be on your belt. That's all. And I think that it would be, and then it just doesn't make sense that it doesn't come off unless you strip, unless you take off your clothes, which could maybe make some sense if that's why there's, this person changed outfits after even that one, put in a backpack, changed outfits to go. I don't know. I'm trying to get with this reasonable shit, but Neither scenario would explain the lack of contact staining without staging having occurred. Yeah, but it's a possibility, isn't it? That's what is this possibility? Scope. The document provides a list of recommended terms and definitions to be used in published Ooh, okay. Well, what do we got here? Oh, this is what she wants to use. So this is just the terms. Accompanying drop, alter stain, angle of impact. So here's your list of, your vocabulary words. Okay, guys, study up. We're going to have flashcards. Okay, you understand? It's going to be multiple choice. Don't worry. And then there you go. Appendix D is absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Okay, so this was going to be the transfer stain here, blood. She was going to talk about, what the hell's this? That's right, where we're going to stop. We're going to stop there. Okay. Told you we were going to go deep diving today. Wow. So I have, if I'm going to interview Adam, who's roommates with Jack, I'm not going to ask, so what time did you get home from working at the corner club? Okay, what kind of car do you drive? Okay. And when you got home, was Jack, was he up? What was he doing? You know what I mean? Like, what? It's exactly what you would be asking. Instead, let's just, I don't know, ask him, is Jack an outdoorsman? Does he go camping? Does he own a knife? No, he's like into sports. What do you mean he's an outdoorsman? Here, just stupid. Okay, you guys rock. Thank you guys so much for being here. Enjoy this lovely Saturday, and Sunday. I'll be live tomorrow night with my Sunday Night Live, but you guys got an extra day here because of the weather. Hunker down, stay warm. You guys rock. I think we need to do a call-in show. You guys want a call-in show? I would love to know. I would love to hear your opinions on this. If you just were on the jury, like how would this crime scene feel to you? So until next time, guys. Thanks, Mary. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. Thank you, Angel. All the mods in here. Mary, Sarah, Angel. Thank you, Chevy. Chevy tuned up like a NASCAR. Walmart receipt was the Dickies. There was no Dickies on that. It wasn't for that. It was for like a beanie or something. You guys, Brian was also hella going to like Walmart every other day and Target every day. Like, I never remember going to college and being like, I'm going to go to the Walmart or the Target every other day and buy food. I don't know. It's not what I'm doing. I'm going like once a week, maybe not even. So he went to the store a lot. Maybe he's one of those Walmart watchers, They like to watch the people that come in out of Walmart. Walk up and down the aisles. He was bored as fuck. All right, guys. Because he's a vegan, so he needs fresh food daily. I don't know. To break the tension, a throwback moment. Let's see. Do you live here? No, but my roommate does. You know what? I have to find those. I need to find those episodes. I want to see, because that house was bumping, and that Yeah. Yeah, I don't live here, but my roommate does. Exactly. That was awesome. I have no life, Lana, and I go to Walmart all the time. Is it fun? I think I'm gonna go to Walmart right now. I think I'm gonna go buy some candles. I just want some candles. You guys ever get in like candle mood? Like I just want to go buy some candles. Yeah, yesterday I was like, I just want to go smell candles and then purchase some. What are you guys doing for dinner tonight? Oh, check this out. Have you guys ever heard of what's the name of that? It's called you guys have heard of paint night before. You guys have heard of what are other things that you can go out and do? Well, anyways, it's called Maker Social or Social Maker. Okay, one of those two things. And we found one over here. It's on Shark Tank, okay? And it's where you go to a bar and instead of like you like get to make shit. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? So we've done paint and sip, we do, but we found one that was on Shark Tank. Now it's in Columbus. Here, let me pull it up. It's called Social Maker or Social Makers. Yeah, Makers Social is the name of it. Now go Google it, okay? And what it is the concept that the people from the Shark Tank, reality show. It's the DIY bar, and it's the do it yourself. And what you can do, it's here, I'll just pull it up. You guys can just see this. It's pretty sweet. And I was like, oh my God, this is a perfect Valentine's Day date. Okay. So this is what I want you guys to do for Valentine's Day. I want you guys to go to, there we go. Makers Social, the DIY bar. Can you see that? Did it show up for you? No? Fuck. What is it doing? This is what I recommend for you guys to do. Okay. Go out to the Maker Social, the DIY bar, and Maker Social is perfect alternative date night, ladies' night out, or private party. Located in the heart of the Franklinton Arts District, Makers is an interactive do-it-yourself bar experience where locals can choose from the dozens of awesome crafting, jewelry, blah, 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 making, woodworking, and genuine leather projects while enjoying our rare bourbon tasting list and themed cocktails like the Moscow Mules and Tools. Oh my God. Come on. Tell me who doesn't want to go. Yeah, they need to just pay me and I'll advertise for them. This amazing. You can choose from over 30 unique beginner do-it-yourself projects that take between 1 to 3 hours to complete while enjoying an awesome cocktail or 5. Mocktails available too. Kids are always welcome, but please bring a designated driver if you choose to drink. Just kidding. It doesn't say that, but we do not serve food. What? But guests are welcome to bring in their own food. Call up Molly. She will deliver right to your next DIY project. It might not get there for about 2 or 3 hours, but Molly. Anyways, this seems like a fun night, right? So I'm like, this is totally, I'm doing this. And I was like, okay, like, what do they make, So let's take a look. They all got hammers and screws, and they got screwdrivers. Yeah. You guys, come on. Molly would totally probably hurt her little thumb with the hammer. Look at this shit. We got, what are they making? Who knows? Is that a bar? Look at they're making, oh, look at their little tool chest. Look at that. Oh, see, it's just something different, Look at that. And you drink. Makers Social. Look at this. This is the perfect, they say it's the perfect ladies' night out. I think it's like, Molly, go have some fun. Do they have us in Spokane or something? Bring your own, baby. I've done axe throwing. You know what? I haven't been bowling in a while. I think I'm gonna go bowling. I got like a 12-pound ball. I'm gonna go bowl my balls off. Bring your own power tool or the person that you're dating. Bring that tool. All right, guys. Until the next one, you guys rock. I love always trying to give you guys some new material. Go have some fun. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Peace out. Whoopsies. I went out the wrong door. Okay. Now I can leave. Good night, guys.